obligatory to use a mask, but if you care to do so, or if you think you're sneezing, coughing, doing anything that may make you suspect you've contracted a bug, you can feel free to don your mask. The washrooms are to my left. If you exit from that end, you just continue for about some 10 meters, then to your right. That is where the washrooms are. If there are any other requests in the course of the program, just feel free. Find me wherever I am, let me know, and I shall ensure that I offer you the assistance you need, or get someone who can offer you that assistance. Finally, before I take leave of you for now, for those at the rear, if you don't mind, if you could come forward a bit, we would be very grateful. Those of you who are sitting at the rear, if you could just come forward a little, especially as other people may be coming, and then they can easily occupy those seats without disturbing us. Once more, thank you so much, and I'll see you in a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, I am back, and as promised, under 10 minutes, we're kickstarting the program. Even before we kickstart, I'd just like to run you through. I'm sure many of you already have the programs in front of you. We'll be taking the welcome address next, after which we'll get some opening remarks on the NDPC, where we are, where we hope to be, different dynamics. There's a heavy representation from the NDPC, very familiar faces, respectable faces. They are here. Then we will have some of our after that, we will take a coffee break. We will have external experts discussing there. Then we will have a breakout session later on at around 1:30. Hopefully, we'll have then return group work. On that note, let us step this forward to the main thing I welcome this year, come back, continue to what we have. I'll tell you a bit about first individual delivery and has spearheaded many of the issues and policies Thank you very much. I think we can be kinder without clapping. There's an interesting bit my friends in medical circles have mentioned to me. They say our nerve endings end up in our palms and I don't know how many of you have hands, but I think we all have hands. So they say an apple a day keeps the doctor away. Guess what? If we agenda to that clapping, charging our nerves, keeping our blood pressure. So you wouldn't just be clapping for those who are going to So shall we do it again for Dr. Amoako? Thank you. As he spoke, especially as a media person, I couldn't miss out the point he made about London. I followed some projects that have been under construction for about 3 decades. Consultation in, application out. Once I hit finish, oh, there's a problem with the contract. It's timely, and then it goes on, and who please? Taxpayer, who deserves better infrastructure. I was just making mention to Dr. Amoako about hospital facilities just by the market, which has been years and practically no renovation. I think the latest graphic of my up north. 1970 saw a little face there. 1992 when we transitioned into the fourth republic. Since that time, for about 3 decades, nothing. It only comes to the fore because of recent times where children's courts have a reptile based in the children's court. ACET is here again, which we're going to show and show to you. So that's not the hospital. We don't get them those are my words. Well, in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to recall 6 events. What is it called? Idea of Ladies and gentlemen, let's do it for Professor Amoako, Chairman of the NDPC. Remember what I said about clapping?
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Kenya, Mr. Sumaberi, the Vice Chairman, the equivalent of the NDPC in India, Chancellor of the University of Ghana, Dr. Amoako, Coordinating Director, RCC, and indeed a whole lot of dignitaries that probably I will not be able to mention their names because the moderator is actually giving me some ice. I've never used that word, that sentence before, but all difficult. It is with pleasure that I make this brief opening remark to you as council and stakeholders of the compact technical consultation and national development plan. It's important to occasionally bring together key aspects in the development planning process that issues of national interest. This that involves cooperation, communication, coordination, monitoring and evaluation of development policy framework. It is in this regard that Africa Centre for Economic Transformation and the National Development Planning Commission have organized this forum policy thinking and their consensus pertinent issues regarding technical development. The National Development Planning Commission, as you know, is a body created by Article 86 of the Constitution of Ghana and the enabling legislation of the National Development Planning Commission Act 479/1994. These constitutional provisions of the legislation provide the Commission the mandate to apply the President in his term and development planning policy. The process of the centralized planning system in the country is also enshrined in the National Development Planning System Act 480/1994, legislative instrument LI 22 that provides legal program that governs and regulates. In performing its mandate, the Commission prepares and issues manuals and guidelines to facilitate the preparation of development planning framework at the national level, the sectoral level, and at the central level of the country, as well as monitor and evaluate development performance. Some of the framework compliance, as you know, prepared include the Ghana Vision 2020, the Ghana Poverty Reduction System, several other coordinated programs for economic and social development policy, medium-term national development policy framework, and indeed this medium-term development policy framework serves as the basis for the formulation of sector-specific policies and programs designed by the Ministry, Department of State. Examples of these are the maternal health policy, the national aging policy, forest and wildlife policy, and the Commission has made performance of mandate overview. These include sensitivity to development plans, independent, non-partisan policy formulation and orientation, low budgetary allocation, low remuneration for staff, resulting in high turnover and limited funding. The limited funding makes stakeholder consultation, preparation, and effective monitoring evaluation of government. We are all aware of hardships and difficulties being experienced by Ghanaians, the greatest sovereign debt crisis, the rising level of food and non-food inflation, and the fiscal and monetary constraints that we have. Situation has led to increasing calls for a national consensus to address long-standing structural problems facing the country. Especially young people are pushing for decent job opportunities. Others are asking for constitutional reforms for better governance. Yet others are seeking for increased transparency and accountability in public financial management, third, corruption and petrol. A, we are pleased to have access to collaboration with other policy parties to celebrate the challenges that come to face in national planning over the past 3 years. With the aim of reaching consensus on how to address them, to help improve and address some of the structural problems that the country faces. As I said earlier, yes, we are on track with our development planning process. However, we need to there are still lingering issues and outstanding questions around multi-stakeholder coordination and cooperation, governance and capacity issues, as well as the need for enhanced work. This collaborative effort rightly presents us with a very valuable opportunity to rethink our national development planning process, share knowledge and experience, especially with other countries, where especially Kenya and India is that. But that means India, I think is here on the east west, and I'm not thinking the east, here we started talking about so the idea here to share these experiences with other countries, celebrate action, carve out action. So ladies and gentlemen, let me convey note. Thank you all for your support. Thank you all for your good Lord, so much.
Professor John Bosworth is director of policy to let you know that he's completed. He knows that he didn't take place. I think he deserves an extra round of applause. So we've heard about how before we get into our next step, which was the overview for development planning. I've been engaging Dr. Singh in dialogue. What was it? Sometime last year, right? It was an interesting conversation, and one of the fruits of that conversation was the sharing with me that Ghana had considered doing 20 what is the future we want? Where do we hope to be? I took it on some aspects because maybe he was going that. The question is, are we putting in place the right things? What we consider very important. But just before he comes to it, I noticed from that document, we've been talking about Algeria has a plan where we are working for 2030. Bahamas 2040. Kenya is a very good year. 2030. Malaysia has a table of 2020. They had achievements we had already done. We are using Norway, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Middle East. So what is that? How do we get to that? Ladies and gentlemen, our next presentation moderate the event. We have everything done right. So the session proper will take 20 minutes, and then the Q&A session will take 10 minutes. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the moderator and his team. Ross?
Good morning once again. This section, very important. I always say that if you are poor, you need to plan. And we being Indian, planning. Free and just society. We are going to do that. There are several plans, but as we have heard, we made some gains, but there are still debts. How can we make sure that we have more gains and more debts? So I would like to go straight to the presenter, Dr. Mensa Grandpa, who is the Director General of the National Thank you very much. So, today I'm in the classroom. Thank you very much. So we have already shared this paper with the committee, what we currently expect for the partners, including ACET, activity, many of the civil society, the police. It is important that we present at the time that we should reason with our plan. Students that we go through challenges, serious crisis. I tell you there are three key elements you have to consider. So, first one has to be planning, so that you can really plan selective in what you do. Second has to do with communication. Fluent, effective, intelligent, and people will be with you. Third has to do with safety. Make sure that you protect yourself, your assets, everything, so that the crisis will not erode. And therefore, today we are looking at one thing. This is
that of the Ministry of Finance. They have lots of planning activities going on at the including development cooperation, including capital investment finance and all that. And the same thing goes on practically at the planning level and also by National Development Planning Commission. So these issues, okay, and of course, where the money is more attractive, they call it the centripetal force. You bring everybody together over there because it's attractive, and therefore, there's always the inclination to go at where the resources rather than where the papers are. So, and these are some of the things we need to address by our own structure and constitution. And the structure of NDPC itself, overlapping with even some of the functions at the office of the president, for which it belongs. Okay? And some of the monitoring and evaluation activities, which is clearly stated in the functions of NDPC, at 87(2)(e). It is responsible for monitoring, evaluation, and reporting of all national projects, yet the all has been neglected. So others are carried on in other places. And these are also challenges that we need to look at. If you look at the Constitution itself, it gives the power and it takes it back. It says that NDPC is responsible for planning and all these initiatives, everything in 87. Then it takes it back again with a coordinated program in 36.1, 36.5. That it says that as soon as a president is elected, whether there's a long-term plan or whatever it takes, you need to come out with your own vision, which is also expressed in the Constitution, the coordinated program. And so these are things we need to look at in terms of our own acts. Then NDPC also is constrained again by the financial resources that it requires to undertake its work, because it doesn't have any autonomy. And it's clear, it's not a new thing, that it basically gets between 10 to 20% what it requires to be able to accomplish the functions and the tasks that the Constitution and the state has given to it to implement, and to ensure that these plans are implemented and be able to account for it. The last one has to do with the size of the commission. The current size of the commission is 49. And we have one single meeting. It takes away all the budget for the meetings of the rest of the year. And so these are great minds who should meet and deliberate on issues and be able to advise the president. But given the size, once they meet and that is all, the budget is exhausted. How many times can you meet? So members have to sacrifice, and sacrifice has a limit, of course. So these are things that we think are pertinent challenges we need to bring to the public and all of us to think through how we can resolve. And so what are some of the areas that have been proposed in the document? The first one has to do, and there's no doubt about that, reforming the whole external governance system related to planning and implementation of plans and accountability on these processes. We need to look at the composition of NDPC in terms of its leadership and the size. We need to look at that. Currently, the president appoints a chairperson. We have other cases. We gave a lot of example where the commission is chaired by the president himself or by the vice president, or the person who is selected to chair is seen more as a technical person whose term is not coterminous to that of the president. And that is it. Because we have that problem, and the document indicates that. As soon as the president ends his term, the commission ends his term. And there is always a gap. Of a time, there's no planning commission. Sometimes 1 to 2 years, because a new government must be formed, and the government must take its time to appoint all these number of people before the number of people can convene. So what happens within the 1 year? Okay? And these are challenges we must look at, because the Transitional Act did not exempt the commission. And therefore, that is the situation. We have had a situation where the chairman will tell you the 2 years, 1.5 years, there was no commission. And then we also need to look at the role. We can strengthen the NDPC's role through allies, amending the Act, which was passed in 1994, and there have been a lot of changes that we need to really take a look at that. And we need to look at the role of NDPC vis-a-vis the functions of other institutions within the country, and how this could be done in such a way that planning could be, really go through the full content as expected and be able to influence our budget, projects that are implemented, and accountability for that matter. And then the most, important one has to do with this continuity. We have so many things there. In the Constitution, it puts it so mildly. The 35.7, it says that as far as practicable, you continue with projects. So who measures how practical it is? Big. Okay? So these are things we need to really look at. And the issue of funding. You can't play with planning if you want to keep your resources. The only thing is that definitely you can spend, but it will not be relevant, and it will not be useful, and it will not be sustainable. So if you make it a drop in the ocean, definitely you get that results. And a lot of it is coming from the funding. The whole issue of accountability, some of the issues around corruption and all these things, we can solve it if we want to invest in effective monitoring, evaluation, and reporting. And that is what we're bringing up that we have to look at. And then finally, there are a lot of other measures that we can take up. The vision, in the document, it brought out the vision to be able to maximize utilization of our own natural resources. A lot of studies have been done around that. And NDPC has come out and proffered a lot of issues which can bring us to really make use and utilize these natural resources effectively. But at the end of the day, it goes on as usual, and we see very little out of that. There are certain assumptions we made regarding some of these proposals, and these assumptions are quite explicit. That we need to have a political commitment, which is informed by evidence. That is very important. Once you rely on evidence, you like to know what the data says. You like to know key objective analysis. And then also, we need to have key stakeholders engaged in this whole process. And that is the example we get. A lot of the long-term issues that Johnny talked about, the visions and plans and all those things. The fundamental thing is key stakeholder engagement throughout the process. But we have a very funny situation, even in our district, when they prepare plans. Okay? Just one meeting for assembly members to really discuss and approve on the plans and other things. You go to some of the places, they spend 30 minutes. That is the plan of the district, the planning authority. And the question is, if they stay beyond lunch, there might be something that assembly cannot afford. So keep them in the morning, 10 o'clock, you are finished, everybody has left. Then the commitment is very little. So we haven't committed resources by which you can even engage the stakeholders and the people who are going to own it. But it's very, very fundamental. In all these long-term processes, they take their time to engage the people, and therefore when they complete the process, it is theirs, and not a document of NDPC and others. And I hear names being assigned to some of our plans. Once a name is assigned to a plan, it means that it's a wrong engagement. The other thing which we are also talking about is also we want to have a situation where NDPC can engage in analytical work and provide the required evidence, because our politics is based upon evidence and involvement of stakeholders. Then it is incumbent of an NDPC to provide this evidence through cogent analytical work. So then the sequence then goes on. It therefore requires that NDPC should have an effective also program to coordinate this whole process. We have a whole unit, that is development coordinating unit. But look at the array of 46 national institutions, 261 districts, 16 regions. And you need to coordinate almost all their plans and programs and resources. horizontally and also vertically. And ask me how many people are in the unit, what gadgets are they working with, how motivated they are. So these are all questions we need to bring it to the fore if we want to respond to some of these things. And of course, the adequate funding issue. 3 major goals coming out of this. The first one is to strengthen the capacity of NDPC and its constitutional mandate. The second one is to assure continuity in long-term development planning and management. And the third one has to do with sustained financing of the Commission for Development Planning and Management. So these are the 3 things we think that we should be able, throughout the process, to have some answers and be able to enhance them and come out with specific activities and projects and responses. And we're sure that if we're able to do that, we might come one day to sit in this very room to give a good account of ourselves. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mensah Brampa. It's now my pleasure to call on Dr. Ed Brown to raise a few questions, then we'll have a discussion.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you again. What Dr. Abrampa has said already basically is something that we think is very important. But I just wanted to make a few observations, particularly with regards to the questions that might inform the group discussions that we're going to have. And as he said, there are 3 main areas which we need to consider. The first is the external governance arrangement that defines the role of NDPC. And that is particularly important because without a clear definition of what its role is and the boundaries of its engagement with other key actors within the political space, then you see the same problems that we're facing with NDPC. So the first bucket of questions around how do we ensure policy and strategic continuity and consistency in development planning in Ghana. And this can be broken into a few questions. First of all, how do we ensure engagement and participation of all relevant stakeholders, especially parties not in government, in the planning and formulation process? I think this is very important. The second one is how do we improve political commitment in the planning process and buy-in in the priorities set out in the long-term vision or development framework? Should the country's development plan be enshrined in the Constitution so that as a state we have one plan to be used over time? In other words, should the development plan, the long-term plan that NDPC produces, is binding to all incoming administration? How do we ensure that? Is it a constitutional instrument that is needed or a legislative instrument? So these are some of the questions we need to look at. And of course, how can mechanisms within government support coordination of initiatives that cut across several ministries and government agencies? Now, that is a particularly important issue because I think Dr. Abrampa made a statement that the NDPC has to coordinate, facilitate planning at the district, regional levels. But beyond that, even at the central level, there are so many actors within the central level, ministries and agencies, that needs to be coordinated. Now the question is, what role does NDPC have, and how can that role be strengthened in order to make it more effective? Now, on the second buckets of issues, as you rightly said, are those related to the internal governance or arrangement, organization, and functional structure of NDPC. And that is particularly important because once you anchor NDPC as the thought leader, then there are a number of structures and functions that needs to be better defined and to be resourced in order for it to be effective. So I think that is very, very important. And in this case, are there any constitutional provisions or reforms or legislature, needed to enhance the role of NDPC in development planning? Is there anything that NDPC is doing today which is not able to deliver effectively that needs to be buttressed by a legislative instrument? And in particular, there, you're talking about the role of NDPC in relation to the Ministry of Finance. And as you said, he who pays the piper calls the tune. In fact, when you look at a number of the interventions that Ministry of Finance has undertaken, particularly with donor financing, the donors come to Ministry of Finance. They do not go to NDPC. Now, what role does NDPC have in ensuring that the capital budget, that is, the annual capital budgets, are aligned with the medium and long-term plans? So that particular relationship between planning and finance needs to be better articulated. And of course, the third area, which you also mentioned, is relationship to how do you ensure effective ownership of the stakeholders, key stakeholders within society. How are their views being taken on board to ensure that what NDPC comes up with in the medium to long-term plans reflect the needs of the community? So these are the three areas that I think we'll be talking about more during the breakout session. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So you've listened to both of them. Maybe we take 3 questions briefly or comments. Your name, your organization, and then your question, briefly, or your comment. Please, straight to the point.
If you have any, you could just raise your hand and I'll come to you. Any? All right, there's one there. Lights are, maybe you can try.
I work with the Internal Audit Agency. Thank you very much for the presentation. Sitting here, listening to the presentation, I am asking myself a number of questions because we need the political parties and the main actors in this discourse. Reason being that our political system has created this problem for us because parties come up with manifestos. We have a national development plan. As soon as they win elections, how are these manifestos transposed into the development plans? Until and unless we are able to reconfigure our political system to be in tandem with the mandate of the NDPC, we continue to have these challenges. So I think that I agree with the legislative review of the mandate of the NDPC, and that will start with the Constitution. But reading the Constitution Review Commission's recommendations on restructuring and reforming NDPC, of which some were accepted, some were rejected, I think still the solution lies with the 2 big political parties in this country that have had the occasion of ruling this country. My advice is, let us consult, let us make the recommendations, but the decision really lies with the political parties. Thank you.
Prof, you can use the microphone. Okay, this one is fine.
Okay. Second question, any other, somebody there. So, okay, right. You have the microphone.
My name is George Dowona O. I'm a director from the Public Services Commission. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have some few clarifications, especially she goes straight to NDPC. And regarding what Dr. Eric Osaya also stated, I think about 4 or 5 years ago, NDPC invited us to NDPC conference room to make a presentation on a long-term national development plan for all the political parties. I remember the CPP was there, I can't recall it, but I know major political parties were there, excluding the NDC and NPP. And the outcome of that presentation was that there should be a harmonization of MDAs medium-term plan against the manifestos of the various political parties. And that plan was to extend up to 2057, which have built the issue of the sustainable, justifiable, and a reliable society. And up to now, we have not seen the outcome of that harmonization. So based on that, and per the Constitution, the President is supposed to also present to Parliament anytime the new political party comes to power. The President will coordinate a program on economic and social political agenda. Does those policies, I want to ask the NDPC, which culminate into the development of the National Development Policy Framework. Those policies from any government in power has a reflection on the aspirations of what Ghanaians want, as well as the linkage with what the ministries, departments, and agencies' mandates are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before the responses come through, please let the questions be as concise as possible. We're already 2 minutes past the time allotted, 30 minutes. I'll take one more, if there is, very briefly, and then our panel members will. Yes, sir. I think it's only fitting, you mentioned your name and the outfit you're from.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Benedict Akest, and I work with the Land Use and Spatial Planning Authority. As a planner, I know that the planning process is summed up into survey, analysis, plan. So my question is, the plans that the Director General of NDPC outlined, the medium-term plans, are they based on this process of research, identifying the problems that Ghana has, then based on that we come out with a plan to solve it, or they are based on the manifesto of a political party when it comes to power? That's my question.
All right, so before we come through with the responses, Prof. and crew, I just wanted to add this. I don't know how many of you have thought of this, but sometimes unfortunately, we can't take it anymore. How many of us have thought of free SHS should another administration, take charge moving forward? What shape would it take, for example? It's very likely it will continue, but under what circumstances? How will they address it? What shape will it take? Those are some of the matters. Because if we don't determine clearly that this is how, as a people, we want it to be, anyone can come and say, I'm tweaking it this way, and yes, I'm still doing it, but I may be doing it in a very different way from what the generality of the people expect. Saglemi is there. What are our aspirations towards that? So I think that is some of the context of the questions that are being raised. We have a few minutes. Hopefully we can address those concerns.
Let me use Hello. Yeah. Thank you very much. Let me try to, bring all the three questions into one response. And let me say that we are quite aware, and the Commission has, on so many occasions, deliberated on these very issues. And we realize that we need to look at, and if we want to solve it, to deal with it in a very fundamental process. We've been asking ourselves, and that's the first question that I put, with all these long-term plans, with all these elaborate medium-term plans, and wherever we got the knowledge to do it, what is the influence of that on the budget? Eventually, if all these things do not have any influence on the budget, it is not planning for planning's sake. It is planning for planning's sake, and therefore will not be able to influence subsequently the disbursement of resources. But the key thing here is that whether it's a manifesto which comes first or the plan which comes first, it is a cycle. If there's a long-term plan or a medium-term plan prepared, and a party comes to power, voted with the mandate of the people, there must be a means by which you harmonize whatever new thoughts which came up for which the people voted for them. You need to harmonize that with the plan so that it becomes a one document. And I thought that was the essence of the coordinated program. That is an opportunity for the government which has been elected to influence the planning process. And that is it. But at the end of the day, if that document, which is supposed to be a harmonized document of the plans, the long-term perspective framework which we are prepared, and the manifesto is not implemented eventually, or is not influencing the budget, eventually it will not be implemented. So that is the key thing. The experience in countries around us is an indication to us what this can be done. Very simple. But the plan must be accepted as the plan of the people. That is fundamental. If the plan is the plan of the people, and you are elected as a government, definitely the same people who gave you the mandate, they will not say a different thing to elect you and a different thing to the plan. And therefore, the essence of the harmonization becomes very, very easier. And then we will all be able to sail through the budget. So that is the key thing. The process is already there. If you come to NDPC and you look at the process of planning, it begins with all these things, the situation, the long-term perspective, the views of the ruling party and the others. It brings all of that together to identify the subject areas before a public consent is sought, and then it's pulled together to prepare the medium-term plan. But at the end of the day, if we go through all this and it's put aside, then we have a problem. So the jump from the plan to the implementation is key. Again, the basis of the plan, is it really a representation of the stakeholders, of where we want to go? And that is key. Once we establish that, and we're able to legitimate that, then it brings us through the process. Again, there's a final thing at the end, which is accountability. At the end of the day, if the plan is not implemented, who determines? Because NDPC reports that this is the percentage of the plan which has not been implemented. An annual report is produced. It goes to Parliament. Okay? What happens after that? If nothing happens after that, then the tendency is that you can easily put aside a plan and do whatever you want to do. If NDPC reports that only 40% of the plan is captured by the budget and 20% of it implemented, it's reported, sent to Parliament, and action must be taken. If no action is taken, then the plan can be put aside. So these are practical things we need to look at in our discussions, how we can help in getting the plan legitimized, in getting the plan representing the views of the people, in getting the plan linking it to our resource distribution, and then also being accountable for it. And if there's a deviation, there's a consequence. Thank you very much.
I think that the discussion can go on in the various groups, but I think the main thrust of what we heard this morning is that we've made some progress with national development planning, but then we have some deficits. How can we leverage on the gains to promote political and economic transformation of Ghana? Remember, the bottom line is, how do we build a free and a just society? This has been at the bottom of all the discussion. So on that note, I'll call on the moderator, the general moderator, to proceed from there.
Thank you. I have general added to my title, so. But Prof, craving your indulgence, since you're going to be in the next panel, I would have remain with us. Dr. Abrampa, thank you so much. Mr. Brown, thank you so much. I just committed a bit of blasphemy saying Mr. Brown instead of Dr. Brown. My apologies, sir. Anyway, so with all the discussions that have been had, again, it goes back to something I had on my mind, which I believe Mr. Okujeto will be very familiar with as a member of the Council of State. Dr. Abrampa made mention of it. You can proffer advice, but per the Constitution, the advice it's not binding. I see both of you, the Council of State and the NDPC are caught in the same situation. I was just, thinking about that and laughing in my own head. You can proffer the best solutions, but if they are not taken, there's nothing you can do. I'm just putting this out there. What do you think? This is something that as a media person, I've had countless discussions with panelists on. Should we have some sort of referendum or something where we all decide that this is where we want to go as a country and subsequent administrations must plan around that? I don't know, because we keep saying the same old things and we keep getting the same old results and we keep changing nothing, and the administrations, NDC, MPP come and they juggle us and we remain where we are. Food for thought. The next panel session, now initially we allotted 40 minutes to the discussion. I shall trim it down to 30, owing to the passage of time, and I am hoping that the panelists and the moderator will cooperate with me, being the general moderator. And I'm not just the moderator here, the general moderator, per the title I've been given by Prof. And the Q&A session, instead of 20 minutes, we shall try to settle for anything between 12 and 15 minutes. Now, in this next session, we're going to be talking about national development planning, experience and perspectives. National development planning, experience and perspectives. What have we done so far? What are the perspectives that we have to look at? It's a panel discussion of experts based on their role and experience in national development planning in Ghana. I have the honor of retaining Professor Achu Ayi, and that's why I had him remain. We also have Professor Ernest Ayite. Please, ladies and gentlemen, former Vice Chancellor, University of Ghana, he joins us. Dr. Audrey Smock Amwa. Dr. Smock Amwa. Thank you very much. We also have a representative of the president of the GIP in the person of Mr. Kweku Ejeifosu. Mr. Kweku Ejeifosu. Thank you so much, sir. And of course, Professor Ayi is already here. The one to moderate this event, let me just give you a little sneak peek into her background. She is the Executive Vice President of ACET, and she has overseen ACET's strategy and leadership and is responsible for ensuring the organization is respected as a robust Pan-African economic policy institute. She has built a distinguished career over 25 years in international development. I see she's raring to go, so why keep her? Ladies and gentlemen, the moderator, Ms. Mavis Owusu Jemfi. Thank you so much. So, Madam Moderator, your audience, the moderator.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ben has shortened our time, so I'm going to be very brief in introducing our esteemed panelists. We have here today with us Professor Ernest Aite, who is a renowned economist and ex-vice chancellor of the University of Ghana. Now, we all know Professor's background, so forgive me, Prof, if I don't go into your biography, because we don't have 2 hours, if that's okay. And then they can Google it, definitely. And then we have Dr. Smok Amoa. Dr. Amoa is the Eastern Regional Development Planning Officer, and she has extensive experience and knowledge in planning. Our third guest is representing Mr. Mohammed Al-Hassan. So, Mr. J, when we get to you, I'm afraid I don't have your bio. If you could just give us a brief background, that would be excellent. And then finally, Professor Achu Aye, who was introduced earlier, so I'm not going to reintroduce Professor Aye. I want us to go straight into the discussion. We've heard a lot this morning about the history and ambitions of the National Development Planning Commission. And we've also heard about the recommendations from the compact paper. So this morning, to my panelists, I want you to answer my questions as briefly as possible, but there will be a 3-part question for each of you. And firstly, to Professor Aite. Professor, you were the technical lead for the 2006-2008 national planning process. Learning from that experience and looking back over the last 30 years or so of Ghana and our planning processes, one, what would you say we have done well thus far that we should retain? What would you say has been terrible and we must bin under any circumstance? And thirdly, do you agree with the recommendations of the compact, or have we missed a trick?
Thank you very much, Mavis. I've heard in this room today everything that we discussed 30 years ago. I agree with everything that I've heard. As I listened to Dr. Vincent Rampa talk about the new things that or his assessment of the old things and what they want to do new, I said, yeah, he's on the right track. But why haven't we been able to do that in the last 30 years? You said I was involved as a technical lead for the second step. I tell you, my involvement with planning in this country goes way beyond that. I was there when we took the decision to get the Constitution to incorporate NDPC in the Constitution. I can tell you that it passed not because the people in the room believed in the NDPC. They passed it because they didn't fear the NDPC. There was very little debate. There was very, very little debate. A few people asked questions and so on. But there was hardly any resistance because they knew they wouldn't do much. You know? And I tell you that. So it is not surprising to me that even though the Constitution of Ghana places the NDPC up there, we can't do anything with it because those who are supposed to implement it don't believe in it. They don't believe. I have not seen one single president of Ghana in the Fourth Republic who believes in planning, long-term planning. Now, if the leadership does not believe in long-term planning, why are you wasting your time? You see? That is, look, I was involved in Ghana Vision 2020, providing technical support. I led the process for the second phase, which was supposed to be called the next step. I watched a politician drop the paper into a waste paper basket. I saw soon after elections, 2 days after elections, a new minister declared Vision 2020 is dead. There had never been any discussion, and yet the minister on his own who pronounced Vision 2020 dead. And Ghanaians didn't say anything. Ghanaians, no, the press, the intelligentsia, whoever, nobody questioned it. The minister simply said Vision 2020 is dead. When all these people had taken over 2 years to craft Vision 2020, one person killed it. And today we are here trying to see how we can revive those things. I tell you, until you can change the Constitution, you can strengthen the NDPC, the Constitution, if the president of Ghana does not believe in it, they are wasting your time. That's all I can say. I have seen many presidents come and they don't touch NDPC, not because they believe in it, because they can't take it away. Has to be there, the constitution. But they will not do anything to strengthen NDPC so long as NDPC is not a part of the political party. That's what I've seen. And yes, I agree entirely with what's in the compact. The focus of the compact should be on how to take politics out of the planning process. The focus on the compact should be how to get the president of Ghana, whether he or she likes it, to lead the process, as they do in India, as they do in other places. So once you do that, the parties will then be forced to fall in line. As it is today, so long as the president is not interested, they are wasting their time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. I'm going to push you a little bit before we go to Dr. Smock. And my question is, everybody talks about the leadership, the president. Who brings in the leadership? I mean, I remember when I used to be a development professional, we all used to be afraid of Niti Aayog. When you go to India and you want to do any work with Niti Aayog, you know, you can't get access into Niti Aayog if you are not working with a policy institute or a civil society organization in the country. You can't just fly in with your British pounds and influence planning. You just can't, okay? There's a system around it. So I hear a lot about the president and the leadership. The president didn't just get into his seat. So I'd like to push you a bit more beyond the president and the leadership. What will it take for that change to happen?
And I understand that we got to move beyond one individual. As I said, the example I gave you in 2020, the next step, it was one person who killed it. Only one person. I am not aware of the cabinet discussing Vision 20 and deciding that we are no longer interested in Vision 20. I'm not aware, and I've never seen any such debate. So we have a system where individuals in this country, as a result of political power, can make a big difference. How do we institutionalize that? How do we elect people into office based on their commitment to long-term planning? See, they have their manifesto. We don't question the manifesto. We don't scrutinize it properly to see whether it was in alignment with our collective long-term interest. We don't. We simply look at what they say they will do for us, how many schools they will build and how many hospitals. I mean, nobody questions whether it is a reflection of the long-term aspirations of the Ghanaian. I agree with everything that I've heard from Dr. Mr. Abraham. I agree with everything. I just wish he had the clout to change the political, what they call it, culture that goes with it. If the president of Ghana, back in 1992, we all expected President Rawlings, because of his stature and because of the influence he had, to lead the process. Unfortunately, he didn't. NDPC was left to people who were annoying him, people that were irritants at the finance ministry or local government, and they got. After that, we saw that the same thing happened with the Kufuor administration. We saw the same thing happen with the Mills administration. So gradually, NDPC became a place for people who would not have any influence, but they would not trouble the president. So they are there because somebody must be there. But they are never going to trouble the president. They are never going to trouble the finance minister. They are never going to cause any trouble. You put them there, they are happy. How do you change that? How do you change that? You say, instead of putting these people who don't cause trouble, how do you find individuals who want to cause trouble, who want to generate debate? Dr. Mr. Abraham spoke about the need to bring intellectual discussions. Yes, That's the place where you bring all your two known professors and two known people to come and debate issues with the hope that out of those debates, something good will emerge for education. We have free SHS in this country. Clearly, it does something for some people. What was the process that led to it? It is something that easily you can commission education experts, economists, sociologists, and lawyers to interrogate and advise you in order to make it a permanent feature of your education landscape. We don't do it. So tomorrow, if somebody wants to change it, he will change it. You know? So it goes, let's elect people as president, as make them finance ministers and so on, based on their commitment to long-term development. One thing that we forget in Ghana, and I always say it, that we think, or politicians think, that they will be graded on how effective they were over a 4-year period. It may be true, but it's for them also, working with us, to change that narrative. Nobody can develop any country in 4 years. Nobody, not even 8 years. So it's a matter of assessing people on how much contribution they made toward the transformation process. So let's educate Ghanaians not to think about how many roads we got in our district or how many schools we got there, but to what extent has this government built on what it inherited. Transformation is going to take 100 years or more. It's going to take a long time. So let us stop thinking about how many schools were built, whether it is 100 hospitals or so on. Once we do that, the president will know that he or she has to show interest in long-term planning.
Thanks, Prof. I just wanted to hear that it is up to us, first and foremost. That's what I wanted to hear, so thank you. Dr. Amoako, we've talked at the national level about the planning process. I'd like to hear a bit more at the local level, because at the end of the day, whatever we write at the national level is pointless if the local planning processes are not effective, because that's where it benefits everyday Ghanaians. So I would love to hear from you about what is working well, what is working less well. Do you agree with the compact? And I would like to add a slightly different addition to your question, which is, what will it take to introduce accountability from citizens of Ghana for progress on implementation of plans?
Thank you very much. After 30 years, decentralization is still evolving. What is happening at the national level has to do with ministerial restructuring, policy formulation, and all of that. At the regional level, we are supposed to be coordinating, harmonizing, and then guiding the districts to develop the concentration. And then when you come to the district level, devolution, where the district is assumed to have authority and power to initiate their own development, do their implementation, and then report on same. Further down, the sub-districts, we have delegation. But the point is, what is being delegated for them to perform? You asked about what is working well. In '96, when the first set of plans had to be prepared, almost all the plans were prepared by consultants on behalf of the district assemblies. But today, it has changed. The district planning coordinating unit leads in the preparation of the plans. And I would say that it has improved the ownership bit because they know the content of the plans. But what is in the plans have to do with the usual boreholes and the classroom blocks and what have you. And in terms of participation, who is representing who? We know that naturally you can't meet everybody, but we are supposed to identify representatives of the various groupings and then get them on board. If you wouldn't go very far, you would get assembly members coming in to at least adopt the plans for approvals by the NDPC, but who is the assembly person, and what is the capacity of the assembly person to even understand the content of the plan? 70% of them are supposed to be elected and 30 appointed and added. And the reason for the 30% appointee is to get experts to add on to the numbers. But who are we adding on as government appointees is another matter to look into. We look at who is shouting loudest in a political party, and then we add them on. So you have a group approving the plan, but as to whether they understand the process is another thing. You asked how accountability could be introduced. I want to say that our laws already have made provisions for accountability to occur. If you look at the Local Governance Act, the Constitution itself, the LI 2232, they all emphasize on participation. They all emphasize on participation. But in this room, I want to ask, how many of us have ever participated in any of the fora organized in the assemblies we reside? So their assemblies they would organize the meetings, all right, get the numbers, produce a report that 450 people attended, but who are the 450 people that attended the program? Who was part of the town hall meetings? And for town hall meetings, there's one that has to discuss the achievements in the previous year and another to help plan for the subsequent years. But who is representing who is another question we should look at. Sometimes authorities feel that this is expensive and engaging people. But if you look at the benefits of participation, you cannot put it aside, because ultimately they will own the plans and help with the implementation thereof.
Thank you, Dr. Amoako. So again, it's back to us. Okay, Mr. Ajay, we've heard about what happens at the national level, and we've heard about what happens at the local level. And I was struck by one of the things that Dr. Amoako said, which was the technical experts that participate in the process. I would really appreciate your views on the extent to which you feel that as technical experts and planners, you are effectively involved in the process at both the national and local government level. What is not working well, what needs to be improved, and whether you feel that the compact has adequately dealt with the role of technical experts in what they are proposing for the NDPC going forward.
Thank you, Madam. He said I should introduce myself. I'm Kokwe Jefusu, planner. Actually, I joined the public sector in 1991, joined NDPC in 1998, and then eventually left in 2019. So you can see I've been involved in the various policy papers that have been developed. But I was actually in charge of planning guidelines at NDPC, and facilitate preparation of development plans at the sector and industrial levels. Now coming to the question relating to technical side of the planning process. Technically, as he mentioned, at the district level, we make sure that we have the technical people working to prepare the development plans. In fact, planning at the district level is done by the district planning coordinating unit, made of all the heads of the department within the district assembly. So we have director education, director health, director agri, all coming together, sitting together because of their sectorial perspective, so that they can actually bring them on board to get plans done. So even during consultation, they have to move into the community level to gather data based on their field of expertise. So at the district level, we seen plans coming from the district, guided by NDPC planning guidelines, to be of the quality that we expect it to be. In fact, NDPC have been reviewing the development plans as they submit them to NDPC to check for consistency, to check for whether they actually conforming to the policy objectives and strategies that are within the framework. So technically, I may say that at that level, yes, it is working, but as to whether the directors really have the time to participate fully in the preparation of district plans is an issue that we need to look at. And then going forward need to be strengthened, making sure they play their meaningful role to deliver on mandate. At the sector level, NDPC introduced innovative idea of having teams within the various sectors. We call them plan preparation teams. Instead of leaving preparation of sector plans to government partners and other agencies. We did this for the first time, and I quite remember Ministry of Health had a challenge with donors because at that time, their plans were driven by donors. So they invited me, and then when I was going, I went with copies of the NDPC laws to demonstrate why NDPC should make sure we build capacity within the various sectors to enable them to deliver. And eventually, that was the time Dr. Kumbo was in charge. In fact, after I've done my presentation, he said, yes, this is the way we should go. Get our own people to prepare the plans so that we can build internal capacity and then make sure that we are the owners of the plan. So technically, as of today now, I know EDIP have been supporting sectors technically to get their plans done by that kind of arrangement. So to answer the question, then I believe that the compact is actually going to strengthen that process and make sure that the right thing is done.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tutu. So Mr. Tutu's message is not for us this time. It's about development partners. Aid effectiveness says, walk the journey with us. So calling on all development partners in the room. So my final question before we open up to the audience is to Profai. Profai, you are a professor in the... Is that one switched off? Okay. Prof, you are a professor in the Department of Political Science. And from a lot of what we've heard today from both Professor Ayete and Dr. Amoako, we have a political economy crisis when it comes to planning in Ghana. It would be great to hear your views on what you think might have worked well, what it will take to improve that political economy, and if you think the recommendations in the compact are moving us in the right direction.
Okay, thanks a lot. I think that the experience of national development planning in Ghana reinforces deficits in state capacity. And over here, I'm leaning on what has been said already. One, if you look at state capacity, there are 4 dimensions. One, regulatory dimension or regulatory capacity of the state. That is to make laws and enforce them. But we live in a country where we have laws, we do not enforce them. Even if we enforce them, it's a question of selective enforcement. And there has been more or less clamor or demands, or even the fixation that when the Constitution is reviewed, some are even calling for a rewrite of the 1992 Constitution. But you see, the Constitution does not run itself. It's run by men. So you can have a perfect Constitution, but the men have wrong values. So we need to change our values. We need to do things properly. We need to enforce our laws. We need to enforce our rules. The Constitution will have to be enforced. Yes, I agree that there are 1 or 2 or 3 portions of the Constitution which can be reviewed, but not the entire Constitution. The Constitution has served us very well, so we need to move away from that and see how best can we use this Constitution, which has lasted for about 30 years. So that's one. So we need to improve upon the regulatory capacity of the Ghanaian state. Then you come to the administrative capacity, where you want to harness the human, natural, and material resources to ensure that development comes to the people. We live in a country where public services are poorly delivered. So there is a disconnect. So people have been talking about, at the local level, what is happening. We have decentralized, but we have what we are really practicing is what I call centralized decentralization. We actually give with one hand, maybe with the right, and then we take it back with the left. So I think that we need to improve upon administrative capacity of the state, harnessing human resources, material resources, because people have been complaining about lack of funds to the budgetary support for the NDPC. They need to be resourced. I'm very happy that Dr. Amoako made the point that the compact two issues, consensus building and institutions. We need effective institutions, and you cannot have effective institutions without money. So the administrative capacity of the state must improve, and then, of course, the institutions will improve. Thirdly, the third capacity of the state is what we call technical capacity. On that regard, we are looking at how can we ensure that statistical data is available. We all know that planning entails data. But again, we live in a country where we're always fighting over data. ISA is bringing data, Bank of Ghana is bringing data, IEA is bringing different data, IFS, Institute for Fiscal Study. So we do not, as a country, we do not have a consensus on reliable data. And I think that we need to look at the technical aspect. And I would tell that most of the plans may have failed because of lack of data. We just massage the data or the figures. We need to improve upon that. Then, of course, we're talking about the extractive capacity of the state, that the state must be able to mobilize resources, revenues for development. And again, the evidence is clear that we have not been able to mobilize resources or revenues to actually promote development. So let us improve upon state capacity. And for that to be done, I think that we must look at what I call the depoliticization of politics. Depoliticization of politics. That if you look at the ancient thinkers, Socrates, Aristotle, Plato, and his group, they look at politics to promote the public interest. But in Ghana, a few of us will promote the public interest. How can we depoliticize? So everybody is talking about political parties. People are disenchanted with democracy. I saw a placard recently about a few months ago which says that, we don't like democracy in Ghana. But democracy is the game in town. Multi-party democracy is the game. If you look at 95% of countries in the world, they're all practicing multi-party democracy. So how can we fine-tune multi-party democracy to promote development, and then, most importantly, to build a just and a free society?
Thank you very much, Professor. The General has told me that we need to move to questions from the public. So at this point, I'd like to open it up to colleagues in the audience, please. Okay, so I am building a bit of a reputation for insisting women must speak. So I'm going to go to the gentleman first, but as soon as I see a woman's hand up, I will shift to the woman. Okay, please, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Gender balance, yes, sir. I think that our challenge is political expediency. Because sitting here, I agree with Professor Aite. I was part of those who worked on the 20-year long-term development plan. I was a consultant to the Constitution Review Commission, and we were disappointed with the government feedback on the CRC report. When you look at the recommendations we made under NDPC, over 90% were rejected. Government view was that they thought that if you want to legislate on development plans, you are putting development plans or the mandate they have in the hands of technocrats. And the technocrats are going to dictate development pace for them when the technocrats have not won power. So I think that we should reduce political expediency. Planning is key to development. And here I would want to disagree with my Professor Chuayi. Our constitution was a stability constitution in my view. If we really want to move to development, then we need a development constitution that would recognize NDPC as an independent institution to support our development process and make it mandatory for Ministry of Finance to develop its budget on the NDPC's plan. And then also binds all successive government to comply with the directive principle of state policy and make sure that their development policies and plans are in line with the established and legislated state development plans. If not, we are not going to make any headway. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Yauba. We're talking about sharing experiences, and I want to share my experience with you. I'm a member of the NDPC for quite a number of years now. Under Professor Day, we even tried to visit the president, and I don't remember if he ever even acknowledged receipt of our letter. So I'm agreeing totally with Professor Aite. I think he said everything. The other experience I want to share before I ask my question is that in 2017, when MPP took over, one senior politician said they don't believe, the party doesn't believe in long-term planning. He said it everywhere, on radio, on television, and he was okay. Nobody questioned that. And it was confirmed when I became a member of what they called Ghana Beyond Aid. I was a chairman of the committee in charge of human development. And when we were presenting our report, I quoted extensively from the 40-year development plan. And one politician who was a member told me, doctor, why are you quoting from this one? There are other ones that you can quote from. You know, this thing is very political. Can you imagine a minister telling me I shouldn't quote from the 40-year development plan because it was developed by the previous government? Is this? It is true towards development planning. So how are we going to change that attitude? Long-term planning. How are we going to assess that? And how would the
Thank you, Doc. There was a gentleman back here. My sisters, mothers, and daughters, your silence is very loud, and it shall be filled for us. Thank you. Please, sir, then the lady.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Chiramachi Ahine, and probably what I'm going to say will sound like we've heard it, for more than 30 years now, because our problem is the same and solutions are also the same. But we have not made any effort to address to adopt the solutions. And I agree with Dr. Odrusai, but what I would add is that indeed the Constitution must be made to promote technocracy, if there is any word like that. Because countries that work actually ride on the backs of the technocrats, the systems that have been established and supported to run. How is it possible for Britain to change over government within minutes? Within minutes, not even hours. And it is possible. Why? Because the technocrats are the one in charge, not the politician. But our constitution gives all the powers to the politician, and they determine our destiny. And we know it's not working, and it's never gonna work. One issue for me, which I think we always forget or do not pay attention to, is the fact that right from independence till today, Ghana has not learned to work together as a people. For me, that is fundamental to all our problems. The politician sees himself as the direct opposite of the other. So if the NDC sees itself as the opposite of MPP, that literally means whatever policies MPP puts in place, they must come up with opposite policies. And they will make sure they disagree on that policy, whether it is good or bad for the country. We are getting nowhere with that kind of mindset, that kind of thinking, that kind of approach. And that, for me, is what we must address as a fundamental issue. The next point I would like to make, I have others, but I will end on this, is that we must be truthful to our constitution. We must be faithful to our constitution if we believe that that constitution is what will make this country work. And we must know what we stand for. I always ask myself, when Prof. Ayite was speaking, I kept asking myself, what do we stand for as a country? And what do we want? Do we really know what we want? Because we always have, we have the systems, we have the people, we have at least everything we need as a country. We are far better than many, many countries. But sadly, those countries that we are better off, are doing better when it comes to making things work. But these few problems, which I consider to be fundamental to our problems, are not being addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Rita Owusu Amankwa. From hearing from the panelists, I realized over the years that the role of the citizenry is very, very critical in development planning and implementation. But from our panelists, we realized that the key citizenry, the key stakeholders, those who are knowledgeable, who are supposed to participate are not participating. How are we going to let them participate? How are we going to allow those technical, skillful people that we have to participate in town hall meetings, for instance? How are we going to do that? So I'm expecting practical ways in which we can, promote that, we can let that happen. Another issue that I want to talk about is our values as a nation. Our values, what we really value, are those things that are bringing the nation down. How are we going to promote the value of accountability? Madam mentioned that, as for accountability, we have system, we have established those in our laws, whatever. But practically, are we accountable as people to ourselves and out to our constitution? How are we going to promote accountability in such a way that even if you are the president of the nation, if you are wrong, the system will make you, or punish or make you pay for your wrongdoing? I'm looking for a way that we can promote that. Because unless we do that, we will have all the plans. Somebody mentioned earlier that if you don't have people who have values, all the plans that you make in this country will go waste. And so I'm looking forward, and I want our panelists or our leaders here to show us the way that we can promote accountability in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my sister, for filling our space so that somebody did not claim it. So on behalf of the young people, I handshake, as they say. So as we wrap up, I would like, oh, sorry. Madam, I am so sorry. Forgive me. I have to take Ben, sorry. One more sister, gender balance.
Sorry?
Auntie Getty,
yes,
I'm
you.
so sorry. Over to you.
Thank you very much. So I am Gertrude Oforua Fefwame, representing the Ghana Federation of Disability Organization. I work at Site Service. And I have two observations and two questions to Professor Aite and Dr. Resonates with me is no debate on issues or some issues that come to talk about. So he said, when NCPD issues were, whatever the acronym is, sorry, I'm saying something there, but we know what we're talking about. NDPC, there was no debate. And this comes a lot around disability as well. You push, you talk, there won't be any debate, but when you go usually to the final, it's either not there or at best diluted. So what do we do as a people to address those issues that we keep quiet and ignore? Then the second observation is from Dr. Amoako about the stakeholder. And Madam Amoako did a bit about this. But my addition is, so we know that some stakeholders are not participating. So what systems and what monitoring mechanisms are there for those systems to really speak to the issues? Because many of us, including women and girls with disabilities, including persons with disabilities, including older persons with disabilities, I result all these ones, are not usually at the decision making and not part of the stakeholder. For how long would we be eliminating? And what shall we do together today, moving forward, for us to be in the center like others? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Auntie Getty. I'm just going to do a quick roundup. So I think a lot of what we've heard from the audience are actually suggestions, but there is one question, which is the question on engagement and how do we get Ghanaians to engage. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to ask each of the panelists to give us an answer to that question. What should we do in the compact to get Ghanaians to engage and drive this process? And it has to be actionable. So we've all talked about, we've been discussing this for 30 years. And I'm pretty sure if I ask my parents, they'll say we've been discussing it for even longer. So if we've been discussing it for so long, when we leave this room and start the compact journey, what is the one thing you suggest we do to ensure action truly begins? Prof.
Yeah, I will answer your question, but there was a direct question to me from Dr. Yauba, which I'm sure he's dying to get a response to, which is also linked to a point that is it Dr. Rita also made about accountability. It comes to answering your question also. In my view, the one thing that has changed dramatically in the last 30 to 40 years has been the civil service. And the role it plays. I said earlier that we were able to get the NDPC thing in the Constitution, not because of the goodwill of the lawmakers, it was largely driven by a group of about 4 civil servants, who were working closely with some lecturers at KNUST, the planning department. I don't know if you know the Valiant and those people. They managed to push this lobby and so on. I can mention the names, but it will not mean much to some of you. So they got it because the civil service did its work. Today, the civil service of Ghana has been overly politicized. And so it does not play the role of informing politicians what they can do and what they cannot do. If the president is obligated under the Constitution to provide the comprehensive program for social and economic development, which is prepared by the NDPC, and he deviates from it, the Director General of NDPC should say, no, Mr. President, the law does not allow for that. We are going to give it to you. And if, of course, can he sack you? I don't know, can he sack you? Can the president sack you? No, you see. But of course, he can make your life miserable. You see? So how do we build a system in which the civil service plays its traditional role? So in every ministry, the chief director, Doc, I'm putting you on this board now. The chief director is the person who tells the minister what he can do or she can do or cannot do. Today, every chief director is thinking about his or her reappointment or whatever. They are thinking about S. Gracia. They are thinking about this or that. You see, precisely. So we need, in a very direct way, to strengthen, take out the politics from the civil service. Once you do that, and they begin to play their traditional roles, things will change. Things will change. I know it sounds much easier to say than done, but it's a cultural thing. You've got to embed in the civil service the culture that we hold the politicians to account. Once you do that, things will change. Sorry for not telling you what to do.
Oh, it's okay. You've said it. Improve the civil service. So I'm afraid Doc has taken up some of everybody else's time. So you now each have 1 minute for your key fact. Over to you, Dr.
In addressing the stakeholder involvement and inclusivity bit, let's do targeted invitations. We don't just invite, but let's state numbers for particular groups, give them letters and ensure that they are there. Let's make follow-ups if they don't come to find out exactly why they couldn't make it. And let's respond to their needs as they put them across so that they will be motivated to take part in the next ones. But if they come, they express views, and then it looks like nothing was done about them, they will be motivated in joining subsequent ones. And there was a question or a comment on the data bit. When we are holding town hall meetings, it is important to bring all the experts around so that if somebody has a problem that has to do with electricity or water, there's somebody there to address the issues. But unfortunately, the coordinating bit is made difficult because the administrative areas are different from what we know as districts. So a district could call an ECG person, but what he would give may not respond to what the district wants in exactness, because we are talking about standards, we are talking about coverage, we are talking about thresholds, but they are looking at districts and sub-districts differently from the administrative ones that we know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tutu.
Yes, to enhance participation, I believe right from the onset of policy formulation, implementation, monitoring, evaluation, stakeholders should be involved. If I know I was part of the system and my expectations have been actually dealt with or not addressed, I'll be motivated to come to the forum to ask questions. And I'm thinking that we need to create awareness and then also intensify involvement so that stakeholders will be more interested to come and seek answers for their expectations.
Oh. Engagement is about debate, it's about dissent, it's about sharing information, it's about letting people know what you are doing and what are their concerns. But unfortunately, we don't have a culture of debate and dissent. Once you are dissenting, they feel that you are against us or you do not belong to the party and all that. So let us promote a culture of debate and dissent.
Very much, Prof. So, General, my sincere apologies for going over, but I think you would agree that the panel have been absolutely excellent, and we should give them a resounding round of applause. Thank you.
And I am in complete agreement. They only stole some 8 minutes, but 8 minutes very well spent, wouldn't we say? Let's put our hands together for them once more. Because of the work I do, I know fully well that when it comes to dissenting, holding contrary views, it can sometimes be very unpardonable in our jurisdiction. You mean well for the system, but once you are thinking differently, oh, he's on the other side. It's interesting because as a media person, when the erstwhile administration was in power, I was, oh, he's on this side. Now that this side is in power and I'm giving it to them, oh, I'm on that side. We like to be on the different sides like that. But we'll be taking a brief break. In fact, we'll be taking a 10-minute coffee break. What I want us to do is actually pick up our food very quickly and come back in here. It's an agreement we have so that we don't spend much time. We're all adults. I know we'll not litter the entire place. But just to give us some food for thought before we go on the break and come and reflect on the Indian story, their success story, and the Kenyan advance. How many of us here have been to Dubai in the United Arab Emirates? How many? Show by hand. Okay, so quite a number of people. Their story started with Sheikh Al Maktoum in 1966. Not too long after we had gained independence. Just about what? 8, 9 years. How come in some 3 decades they have transformed it into what they have and we are still marking time? I don't know how many of you have read Lee Kuan Yew's From Third World to First and all of that. Sometimes my heart bleeds when I read such material because they're not doing anything so fancy. They just decided as a people, this is what we're going to do. Look, you can spit like this, no more. You can't spit just anywhere you please. They decided and they did it. Look at Singapore today. Exemplary. In Saudi Arabia, they have a current project, NEOM. I don't know how many of you have read about that city, which will cost them some $500 billion. But guess what? By 2030, do you know how much they project it will add to their GDP? $100 billion. So look at the investment, but look at the long-term gains for them. I don't know. My heart bleeds for Ghana. But it's good to be here, and we should be optimistic. Ladies and gentlemen, 10 minutes. In some 5 minutes, I hope to see all of you back here with your food, and we shall proceed from there. We'll be hearing from the Indians and the Kenyans. Thank you.
Hello? Hello? Yes? Yes?
Hello? Hello, Mr. Sumanberry.
Yes?
Can you
I
hear
can
us?
hear, I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me? Cabinet committee. This is for approving two industrial areas, sir. These two proposals. Well done.
Hello. Hello, Mr. Simonberry. Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, speaking. Yes.
Hello, Mr. Simonberry.
Yes. They can't get you.
From our end, there is no issue because it is not getting our voice. This green signal. There is no issue at our end.
Just check. मैसेज कर देना कि
Voice not audible. वो voice. Check it. हाँ.
This one is a small license just for putting up in SMC. Yeah. Yeah. I will need to see the draft as a reference.
Yes, hello. Can you hear us? Yes, yes, you can hear us? Yes, yes, I can. Hello. I can get you.
We know what the solutions are. We don't have the balls. Implement. What are the solutions? So many brilliant people in this country. it's that's what tells you that it's of managers, but even then. Hello.
They seem to have feedback. Hello? Hello? Yes. Can you hear me? Yeah, I'd say that, but how much longer do we have? Because I have something of a hard stop. Are the audience back in the auditorium? You can't hear us? No, I'm just saying, are we ready to start? Because we are about 40 minutes late, and yeah. Sorry? Yeah, but I was here on time, and I have another engagement as well.
planning meeting.
Joining us.
Thank you very much, Professor Agate. My understanding of the format is that after my initial remarks, which are actually a response to a few questions put to me by K.Y. Amoako, that there would be some questions put to me by you, and it's then that you would move to the next panelist. I say this because, as was mentioned by the host, I do need to move on. I don't want to be rude, but I will stay for as long as I can for the Kenyan, but I hope I can be excused. So just a little bit about why I'm pleased to be here. 2 points. One is that it is a priority for India to deepen relations, intellectual relations with Africa, all kinds of relations, but my department, my area is on the intellectual side. And the second is that both K.Y. Amoako and the late Govind Nankani were very close friends of mine at the World Bank. I had hoped that I'd be able to visit Accra for this event in person, which was the invitation, but developments in Delhi prevented me from attending, but I do hope that I will have an opportunity to attend in person. So just a little bit about the organization today, and then to go through the questions that had been put to me. The Planning Commission was created in 1950, soon after our independence in 1947, and as was appropriate for the spirit of the times, took a lot of inspiration from central planning in the Soviet Union, which was seen to have transformed a largely rural nation into an industrial powerhouse. I should mention that India itself was like a more important manufacturing power at the time of independence than it is now. But the strategy that that initial period opted for was a heavy industry strategy that depended a lot on the commanding heights of the economy being held by the public sector, and this was also the time when in Britain a lot of the heavy industries were nationalized, as you would recall, project selection and sector selection were really the prerogative of the state, and resources were mobilized for that, which is somewhat paradoxical because if India had anything, it was an entrepreneurial tradition, but that was not adequately acknowledged at the time. May I just do a reality check? I can't see my counterpart. Can you see me or can you hear me? Could somebody just confirm that? Okay, good. Right. That's what's important. Okay. So now, as you know, there was, so the Planning Commission continued in existence, and it's in until 2014. The last plan it produced was a 5-year plan that ran till 2017. But when our new Prime Minister, Prime Minister Modi, was elected in 2014, he felt that in a post-liberalized world, the concept of a planning commission and the style of the planning commission was no longer appropriate, and he created this institution with many of the same features as the Planning Commission, but very importantly, whereas the Planning Commission did have a budget that it allocated to the states and also to some of the union ministries, we had a distinction between the development budget and the revenue budget. That distinction was abolished. And so we are in a European sense, perhaps more than North American, I think the Japanese, we are now an indicative planning organization rather than a resource planning organization. NITI, N-I-T-I, is actually a bit of a pun. In Hindi, it means policy, but actually in English, it is an acronym for the National Institution for Transforming India. And I'm told that part of what Prime Minister Modi had in mind was the kind of role that was played by similar groups in Japan at the time of the Meiji Restoration, and also another example which was referred to in the brief part of the previous session that I was able to catch, the way in which Lee Kuan Yew went about transforming Singapore with, I don't know that it was actually a planning commission, but with a group of selected bureaucrats. So that's the background. Let me tell the three questions that were put to me by Kingsley were the relationship now with the finance ministry and other state institutions like Parliament, the oversight that NITI plays in capital budget preparation and expenditure management, and how it has handled policy or program continuity in the face of changes in government or administration at the national level. And let me say that the moment of NITI Aayog, and I'm the third vice chairman, the chairman is the finance minister, and he takes quite an active interest in it, has been a period where his party, the BJP, has been a party in direct control of Parliament, which is to say it has not been a coalition. And India has remarkably had 5 successive governments that have served their full term, although as a parliamentary system, Parliament can be dissolved ahead of time, but there hasn't been a need to do so. I say all this because I heard in the little bit of the previous discussion a very impassioned debate about technocrats versus politicians. At the moment, well, I would say going back to the Planning Commission, which as its chair had Pandit Nehru and other prime ministers, in India, the Planning Commission has always had as its titular head a politician. And also it has no scope or constitutional standing. So it is a body that was all I was yes. So I was indicating that NDP is one of three parts of the executive that has oversight and convening power over all the line ministries, and there is what we call the PMO, the Prime Minister's Office, which is his secretariat. There is the Cabinet Secretary, to whom all the civil services, the civil servants report, in addition to their reporting to their line ministers. And then there's Niti Aayog, and Niti Aayog is actually the largest of the organizations. We have about 250 professional staff divided into essentially functional verticals. So our accountability to Parliament is through a slightly roundabout way. We continue to be in the government system a Ministry of Planning, and the Ministry of Planning has what we call a Minister of State, and so questions and answers from Parliament about NITI and NITI's business are processed by the Minister of State, who is also a politician from the ruling party. I have cabinet rank, but in my particular case, this was, it's a political appointment, it's an appointment by the Prime Minister, but I and my predecessors have really been elevated to this position as technocrats. Professor Arate, should I continue, or are there questions at this point that you would care to put to me, given the discussion that I've missed up till now? I'll be guided by you. Okay, right. So then I move on to, as it were, the point that's made, that the second question, which is the oversight in capital budget preparation and expenditure management. Before I do that, though, let me say that the shift from being an institution which directly allocates funds, particularly to states, to an institution that as it has the power to persuade and the power to convene, that's quite a radical shift. I think it's work in progress. People who were around when we had the power of the purse feel we've lost something. My own, not having been here in that period, I feel in some ways it clears the deck for intellectual work rather than fund allocation, which is always largely political. However, the question of how we influence investment allocation, which is at the heart of economic development, remains an important one. Instead of the 5-year plans, which were the framing for what the predecessor planning commission did, and where ministries lobbied for mention in the plan document for schemes that they then wanted to introduce over the planning period, the window of schemes, let me put it that way, is something called the Finance Commission. And this is appropriate for a federal country like India. It would not be appropriate for Ghana, which is, to my knowledge, a unitary country. And so the Finance Commissions, above all, allocate the award of, or the participation of funds collected by the Center for the states but they have an award for 5 years, and so a 5-year term has again become the framing of various government schemes. And NITI has an opportunity to comment on those schemes and influence, shape those schemes in several ways. All such schemes have to be, go through, if they're above a certain size, go through an expenditure finance committee of the finance ministry at which NITI is present. And arguably, NITI has the capabilities in a way that the finance ministry doesn't for both project and financial analysis at the scheme level or the project level. And depending on the quality of the analysis, we can be influential. NITI also houses within it a monitoring and evaluation unit, which has recently been handed the task of outcome monitoring, not just outlay monitoring. And this is a tool for engagement, I wouldn't call it examination, with the line ministries. And again, you get the degree of attention that you do, partly on the quality of the analysis and partly on the knowledge that people have that NITI does have access to the Prime Minister and is in a position, if it chooses to escalate issues, which we rarely do, but it exists as a discipline, to the level of the Prime Minister. So I would say we make proposals ourselves, which line ministries take up for capital budget, and then in a large expenditure ministry like the railways, which is an enormous enterprise in India, or other infrastructure, we have a seat at the table. A lot of non-expenditure policies are shaped in the form of cabinet notes, and NITI is a participant in the files to comment on cabinet notes. So it is in those ways, in addition to direct support to the Prime Minister, that NITI retains a measure of influence at the level of the federal government, which is what's most appropriate for you. But we have a much more important role to play in between the center and the states. But since that's not directly relevant to Ghana, I'll leave that for questions if there's interest in it. The third question was policy or program continuity in the face of changes in government or administration at the national level. Well, what I would say is that the most substantial change that we've had in political arrangements was when the previous government, which had at its core the Congress Party, was replaced by Prime Minister Modi's government, led by the BJP, and the decision was taken to conclude the plan that existed until 2017, but the most radical change was the institution itself got transformed. And if I could just spend a moment or two on what the benefits of transformation have been, we have succeeded in shaping ourselves in a more flexible way than a government department. There is always some flexibility in the Planning Commission, but I think my predecessors have expanded that quite substantially. And also we interact, this was always the case, but I think that since our intellectual work is now more important, we are really an important point of contact between government and the academic and think tank community, and of course the global community in terms of the United Nations, various bilateral arrangements, etc. I should perhaps make a point about implementation, because it's not only about design, it's about implementation. And here there's something of a paradox. On the one hand, the Prime Minister is very clear that accountability lies with the line ministries, but on the other hand, he does look to NITI to be a very important monitor of the progress of government initiatives. And this is important at the level of the centre, where we do monitor progress on infrastructure projects and report on those. But it's even more important as part of his concept of competitive and cooperative federalism. And what NITI does there is sometimes within the framework of the Sustainable Development Goals, run scorecards of how individual states are faring over time and across space. And the whole framework of Sustainable Development Goals has very much been absorbed by states, so they compete with each other on the basis of their performance on the SDGs, and these are a useful complement to kind of growth numbers because they pick up progress on human development indicators as well. I think I've exhausted my 15 minutes, so I'll stop at this point. No, I won't be here. That's why I said at the beginning that, and I was told also that my session would be followed by questions, and then I'll have to excuse myself. May I ask whether in the apparently more tumultuous environment of Ghana, is this a model that would work? But the sense I got was that that to some extent stability and continuity at the political level is what makes this model work. And let me just say that we've had this continuity now, but in the early years of the Planning Commission, for the first 15 years, Prime Minister Nehru was the only Prime Minister. So I think the question of how this model would need to adapt if there was less stability at the prime ministerial level is an open question because it hasn't been tested under the new framework of indicative planning. Yeah, so that would just be a further response to the observation you made. Well, I think the right way to think of this is what the management theorists call a matrix. Partly because that was the way the predecessor was set up, but partly because it works. We are really aligned with the ministerial structure of government in what we call verticals, but and some of those verticals, are self-contained. So, women and child development, for example, has certain responsibilities. But then there are cross-cutting issues like health, like climate, which fall within a number of line ministries. And there, I don't think government has a particularly satisfactory structure. NITI has the convening power to bring ministries together, but because our structure is aligned with the ministerial structure, and incidentally also aligned with the structure of the Prime Minister's office, what we then need to do is, in a rather ad hoc way, through committees, task forces, documents, try and address the coherence across ministries. And I'm not sure that we always get that right. So that's my response to the structure point. On the capabilities point, I would say there's a healthy tension between people who know how government works, and in India, I don't know what it's like in Ghana, we have an elite civil service, and it works on the basis of a network. It also has roots into the states, and this civil service is fairly flexible across various branches of government. I mentioned that we also have the ability to recruit directly, but where there needs to be progress is to bring an economic point of view into government decision making. All three of the vice chairmen of NITI Aayog have been economists, and you would think that, as it were, the core discipline should be economics, but actually, as initiatives get taken forward, they get taken forward not only on political grounds, but on technological grounds, on on strategic grounds. And so to have that voice asking, look, is this the least cost way of getting at the goals? Is there money being left on the table, as the Americans say? Should you do this now, or should you phase it? The kinds of questions that a trained project analysis unit would ask, I think there's still work to be done on that. So I don't know whether that's clear, or whether I can add anything, but those are my perceptions less than a year into the job. Hi, Kevin. Well, I appreciate this, this nibble, and thank you for giving me the time. I'll wait for a little while so I can hear the beginning of your of the second presentation, and then I'll just slip away. And thank you, KY. Yeah. Okay, well, look, I think, for all former colonies, the goal is straightforward, which is that all governments want to assure decent standards of living for their people under more difficult circumstances than those that exist in the advanced countries. So, in any democracy, I think that goes without, that doesn't need a lot of debate. The question is not ends but means. And in that sense, the broad division between center-left and center-right certainly has exhibited itself in India, and I think that there is no doubt that this government would be characterized as center-right, but with very strong welfare objectives and actually a very respectable track record of delivering on its welfare agenda I would certainly say that while there is a broad consensus in India that the state has to play an important role, but over time, and certainly under this government, whether the state should be a direct actor or whether we need to move to a regulatory state. The phrase that Prime Minister Modi has formulated is minimum government, maximum governance. But still, I would say there's realism about the need for an effective state, and I think the state has become effective under Prime Minister Modi. So we did have a fairly turbulent period in the late 1990s before we got into this sequence of full 5-year terms. I think the move to reform came from outside the Planning Commission, and indeed to some extent outside the bureaucracy, and the regular schemes. So I think what I'm saying is that schemes continue, but policies change, and there is that distinction between policies and schemes. So what planning was really about investment programming, but the big shifts that took place in policy, and in some ways the Planning Commission has never quite been the forum for policy formulation, even though some of us might argue that that's really what the heart of the matter is. So it's been more about investment programming than it's been about policy programming. But did any of that come through? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. What I would call a seminar gathering, where we are discussing very, very pertinent issues. I have put together a PowerPoint presentation so that I can reinforce what you hear from my talking to what you will see from the slides that I have put together. So let's go to the next slide. And as I get down to what I'm going to discuss, I want to appreciate the invitation by KY Amoako, and also my relationship with NDPC. I must say I was here in Ghana in 2016, exactly 22nd of August 2016, and I had a very good engagement with NDPC. So that time we were talking about the 40 years development agenda, and my subject was on the role of national values in national development planning. So again, I'm happy I'm here, and really do appreciate the time that have been given. Yeah, the time that I've been given. So I'll try to be really fast, but let me do a quick introduction on some of the things. In Kenya, as a former colony of Britain, we have national development planning. But unlike Ghana, our national development planning is coordinated, and I want to emphasize that point. Is coordinated within a ministry. The ministry is called Planning Ministry. We don't have a planning commission.
Now, within that ministry, there is the State Department for Economic Planning, and that is the one that coordinates the national economic planning. Now, I say coordinating because our national development planning is premised on a vision. We call it Vision 2030, that was developed in 2008. And when it was developed, it was pushed through all the way to the parliament. And so in 2012, Vision 2030 was adopted through a session paper in law to be the national development planning framework. I want also to add the point that by some clever design, our planning has got 5-year cycles, which coincides with the electoral cycles. So we had a government coming in 2008 to 2012. So we picked a modular part of Vision 2030, and that is what made us develop what was called Medium-Term Plan 1. And then the next government, 2013 to 2017, again, we went to Vision 2030, and we picked a 5-year module out of Vision 2030, and then developed the MTP2, and so on and so forth. So there is some matching in our development planning with our electoral cycles. Now, having said that, the threads that I'm going to talk through are the ones that I've indicated there: governance, decentralization, institutions, reforms, and laws and accountability. They will be in different orders. But I believe by going through this, I'll be able to answer the questions that were put to me, and I will also be able to respond to some of the issues that came up in the morning. And so the slide that you have in front of you is to emphasize a point, that we took advantage of a new government in 2002. It was called the NAC government, and that government, when it came to power, it said that we forget about the previous national development planning framework where we are doing development plans without an overarching framework to help us. And so, because it was a coalition government of many players, it focused on economic recovery strategy for wealth and employment creation, unlike the poverty reduction strategies that we were following before. I think most of developing countries were looking at poverty reduction. And so, because that ERS, we call it ERS strategy, was so successful, we then said that we could actually think about a long-term development framework, which is now what we call Vision 2030. We did a lot of South-South, North-South consultations. We went to Denmark, we went to Malaysia, we went to Singapore, we went to very many countries, and we finally found that what is important is to have a vision. That takes us very far. So in 2008, that's how we came up with Vision 2030, which identifies an overarching objective for Vision 2030, and also identifies flagship projects in the pillars of economic pillar, in the social pillar, in the political pillar, and also in the foundations, which is basically infrastructure. And so let me just re-emphasize the point that when we were doing Vision 2030, we were helped very much by McKinsey, a professional consultancy firm, which is the one which proposed to us that we should break down the vision into modules of 5 years, 5 years, 5 years. So that is how we are able to extract what we call medium-term plans out of that. Let's go to the next slide. So in this slide, I want to also now deal with the question of continuity, because that has been coming up as we've been talking. And looking on the right at the bottom, I want to bring it clearly that our long-term development framework is the Vision 2030. It's the bedrock of any national development planning. However, because of those 5-year cycles, after, or rather before the end of the 5 years, we look at the political party manifesto for the party that has won, so that we incorporate that in the medium-term plan for that period. So that is to the left, the blue on the left. Then we also look at Africa Agenda 2063 to make sure that we are also incorporating that. And then we look at the SDGs, and finally we ask ourselves, what are the new and emerging issues that we need to take care about? Now, what is important, therefore, is that the State Department for Economic Planning uses many stakeholders through consultations, through sector working groups, to bring all this together, such that there is ownership of what we are putting forward in terms of the medium-term plan. And it is from the medium-term plan that we are able to extract the sector plans, the strategic plans, and also the annual plans. So, again, we also make sure that the executive is involved, and we have to clear the medium-term plan with the cabinet. So a cabinet paper is developed, and the minister in charge of the National Treasury and Economic Planning takes it to cabinet, and the cabinet adopts it. So that way then, there is no question about a development framework that has not received the blessing of the executive. Let's go to the next slide. Now, one of the things that have helped us a lot in terms of the legal frameworks is that after coming up with a new constitution in 2010, I should have said that, we actually developed a new constitution in 2010 after Vision 2030 of 2008, because the constitution was one of the goals and flagship projects within the political pillar of Vision 2030. I want to repeat. We gained independence in 1963. And between 1963 and 2008, we were trying to come up with a development constitution, not an independence constitution. But that eluded us until we developed Vision 2030. So in Vision 2030, we said we must have a new constitution. So this is one of the big reforms that we did aligned to the constitution. But there's also something else big. Having come up with that constitution and having now Vision 2030, we realized we have to review almost all our laws to align them with the vision and to align them with the new constitution. And so there are so many laws that we had to develop between 2010 and even up to now. We have been developing a lot of laws, reviewing them, rewriting them all over. Laws governing our governance, our legal structures, regulatory environment, institutional reforms, a lot of them, so that there are oversight and checks and balances. But let me just pick out two articles which are very important. Article 201 and 232, which requires public participation. And it is not public participation where you pick, you cherry pick some people here and there, like I had the concern that we had. It is proper public participation where you have to have people who are involved and who are knowledgeable in the subject that you are dealing with. Then, of course, the Constitution stressed about and made it very clear about the independence of judiciary, which is very independent of the executive, and also the independence of the parliament, and many other commissions which are specified in Article 248 that are independent of the executive. The terms of office of the commissioners in our independent offices are not at all tied to the government in power. And the commissioners, they are employed through a competitive process where the Public Service Commission interviews them and then picks the ones who are qualified. That way then you make the commissions really independent. But one big law that we are very excited about is the Public Finance Management, because the Public Finance Management Act of 2012 enables us to have what is called proper oversight and accountability and order between the planning in terms of the policies that we have, the implementation, and also the resourcing. So I'll be spending a little bit of time on that. Then there are other laws that also are important. Let me go to the next slide. And this slide is about continuous reforms. this is an area which I thought I would actually just touch on, because through our public financial management system structures, where we look at budget planning, we look at formulation, budget execution, accounting and reporting, and external scrutiny and audit, there has been a culture of continuous reforms. The first strategy of 2003, we were looking at well-functioning public financial management system and institution to support Kenya's development. The next strategy of 2005, we changed the revitalization of public financial management systems, where we've done a lot in terms of ensuring we've got good accountability systems. And then the second strategy of 2013-2018, we've been focusing on effective operationalization of PFM institutions. Institutions are very important in terms of what they do, oversight, checks and balances, and so this is something that we did, and this was also in line with the Constitution 2010, and that is how then we ended up with a brand new PFM Act of 2012. Then what we're implementing now is a results-based reform system instead of the activity-based system that we had before, and this is the PFM strategy number 3, which we are implementing. Let's go to the next slide, and I want to talk about planning and budgeting, where I think it is the meat of what I was invited to talk about. Looking at how we identify and prioritize programs and activities to achieve optimum balance of needs with the available resources on the planning side. And on the budgeting side, of course, looking at how we prioritize programs within a definite time period, so that then we are able to implement the development that we want to implement. Now, I had said earlier on that our development planning is based on the Kenya Vision 2030. I've talked a lot about it, so let me not spend time on that. But what is also important is the medium-term plans. Right now, we are implementing medium-term plan 3. We're just about to finish with it. And up to around August last year, we had finished the medium-term plan 4 up to about 90%. We waited then for the government that was coming in, because we had national elections last year in August. So when the government was formed, we took the political party manifesto of the new government that has come in, and we are just about to finish incorporating that into the 5-year medium-term plan of 2023-2027. So that way then there is continuity based on a bedrock of the Vision 2030. Another process that helps us a lot is the MTEF, the Medium-Term Expenditure Framework, to ensure that we align planning, budgeting, and the resourcing. I will talk about that later. I believe you also have a structure of State Department strategic plans, sectoral plans, and annual plans. And also we have the National Treasury now wing of the National Treasury and Economic Planning Ministry, making sure that according to the PFM Act, Section 26, they prepare a budget review and outlook paper around September. That is when we must finish that, which looks at the deviation between the budget and what has actually been achieved, and also sets out the limits in terms of how resources are going to be allocated in the coming year. So in the next slide on budgeting, again, this is regulated and controlled and governed by the PFMA Act in terms of we have to produce a budget policy statement by February. This is where we make sure that annual plans that have been developed and also have been coordinated through the State Department for Economic Planning are now put into the framework of the budgeting process so that they are resourced properly. I did mention about annual plans and budgets here, and I want to emphasize on something that is unique in our Kenyan situation, that the executive does not approve the national budget. The national budget is proposed to the parliament, and the parliament, through the Parliament Budget Office, reviews those proposals, and it's the one which approves the budget. So that also makes sure that there is a cross-checking between what the executive is proposing and also what the legislative wing of government feels is important. Obviously, sometimes we have got some little challenges of debating between us and them, but most of the times, what we have proposed as budgets, almost 98 to 99% passes. Let's go to the next slide. So I want also to emphasize on the PFM accountability framework, because to me, this is something that is important. And starting with the National Assembly and the Senate, we have two houses. Once then they approve the budget, the National Treasury then goes ahead and starts the process of budget review and outlook paper, and also looking at how revenues are going to be allocated between the national government and the county governments. And then, of course, every ministry and every state agency has an accounting officer who makes sure that all the laws that are there are followed. And we have got a very powerful independent office called Control of Budget. This lady, now I'm talking about ladies, she is the lady. She's tough. So she's the one who makes sure that we behave, we follow the law in all our expenditure. And then, of course, the Auditor General, again, this lady, very powerful in the Auditor General's office. And then after the accounts are audited, they go to Public Accounts Committee, and that is where we get roasted as accounting officers on the things that we haven't done right. And the report then goes to National Assembly, and so on and so forth. So next slide. So what I was going through is actually there a narrative. In the interest of time, I will not go through it. But I want to say we have a system of checks and balances where you have independent institutions which have got a life that is different from the life of the government, where those who are the commissioners there are not appointed by the president or the government, and also institutions which are very powerful, having been empowered by the laws that we developed after we came up with our Vision 2030, after we came up with a new constitution. Next slide. So that is the series of the PFM accountability frameworks, the control of budget, going all the way down. And again, it's just to emphasize the fact that we've got a very strong, just about to finish. Yeah, so in the accountability framework, one of the things that we also have to make sure is that politicians don't overpay themselves. So we have got a Salaries and Remuneration Commission, which is the one which sets and reviews salaries of everybody. And it is a commission that is very powerful. In terms of alignments, to make sure that we don't suffer the same fate where policy planning and budgets are not aligned, we have got an MTEF process, which is defined by the PFM Act. The MTEF process is a medium-term expenditure framework, and this one is very, very clearly and strongly administered by the National Treasury. And one of the big things is that using the MTEF framework, we are able to bring an integration of some sort between the planning and the budgeting process within the same cycle. That way you don't end up with the projects that are not funded. Again, a budget policy statement. Let's go to the next one. This is how we also ensure that we interact with Parliament in a good way, such that Parliament every February, they clear our thinking about our broad strategic priorities and our policy goals going forward. Now, the last thing that I want to mention is decentralization. Unlike your situation in Ghana, we have a devolution that was adopted from our Vision 2030, where we have 47 counties, and these 47 counties are deemed as subnational governments, which the Constitution in Article 6.2 says that the government at the national level and the county levels are distinct and are interdependent, and shall conduct their mutual relations in the basis of consultations and cooperation. And we have got institutions that make sure that this is governed well and happens well. We've also got an M&E, monitoring and evaluation, very, very strong directorate under the State Department for Economic Planning that generates information for completeness of data. And I heard data is important here. My last slide is that our law provides and gives a lot of powers to the Auditor General. And so we actually make sure that by 30th of September, because our year end is 30th of June, all the reports are with the Auditor General. And then from then on, we go to be cleaned up by the Public Accounts Committee. Last but not least, in 2005, we adopted what is called the results-based management system and also performance management. And the beauty about this is that every year, every MDA, Ministry, Department, Agency, enters into a contract on what they are going to do, which is based on the development planning numbers on the annual plans that are there. And on the basis of those commitments, the ministry or department which is number one, you are rewarded by a 13th month salary. And so for me, I've enjoyed it several times, 13-month salary, because some of the institutions I've led, we have been number one several times. Right, so the last thing is that some of the lessons, political direction is very important. I did talk about ERS. I talked about PFM reforms. I talked about Vision 2030. Legal provisions, very important to make sure that you kind of like bring certainty in the things that you want to do. Institutional arrangements, very important. Checks and balances, oversight, independence, real independence, not assumed independence. Continuous reforms, I mentioned it. And lastly, we have the structure of proper decentralization of power through devolution, where power, functions, and resources have been devolved to the 47 counties, but with very competent accountabilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Julius. As I listened to Julius do his presentation, I was trying, as you would expect, comparing what they do in Kenya to what we do in Ghana. And many of the things that he said they've been doing, I think we've also tried them. At least we talked about them. I had MTEF. I remember back in the 90s struggling with MTEF. So the question is, how come they have managed to make some progress on this front? Looking at, I mean, some of those concepts about MTEF and so on, back in the 90s, were linked to a lot of the global debates about good governance. I don't know if you remember. At the time that the World Bank and others were pushing us to pursue good governance, that was one of the things. So, like you said, to be a bridge between the long-term planning and the annual budgets. We did the same thing, or we tried to do the same thing here. And I don't know, who can explain to me why ours did it? Anyway, any other questions or comments that, why is it that the Kenyans can do what we all say we will do, and we will stop halfway? Chief, what's the name again? I know you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, I think that in our system, the gap I notice is the establishment of the budget office. Because at the moment, in Ghana's parliament, I'm not sure whether we've been able to establish the budget office that will be filled with technical people who will be mandated to ask critical questions and review the budget proposals of the executive before it gets to parliament. So, because once it gets to parliament, then the politics starts. Then everybody forgets about the development agenda. So that's what I see missing here. But I also realize that one of their strengths is the role of the State Department for Economic Planning, where the Treasury has a role to play as far as the planning system is concerned. So there is no problem with funding. Things would be done. They have their 5-year rolling plan, and occasionally they align it with the manifestos of political parties. So there is that level of continuity. That is what is missing from our system. But in the accountability chain, I didn't hear him mentioning the role of internal audit, central internal audit. He emphasized on the role of the Auditor General. But in the monitoring, evaluation, and control chain, there should be an internal audit system that would quality assure this process and ensure that the budget links itself with the planning under the MTEP system you are implementing. So if you can tell us something more about that. And then finally, the local government system. You say you have a devolved system. Functions and resources are transferred from the national level to the counties. I really want to appreciate how the counties' development plans are formulated and how they are funded. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I believe then I have only 2 questions out of that. And indeed, the accountability chain. Yeah, in the interest of time, I didn't have time to put in the role of internal audit. Yes, we have a strong internal audit which looks at what we do from a financial point of view. But I'll be very honest with you. I don't see the internal audit playing a significant role in auditing the chain of the policy, planning, resourcing, and implementation. That, I must say, it's a fact, because they reported to me in the National Treasury, and I saw them, and looking at our work, we are concentrating more on the money side of expenditures, the revenues coming, and so that is actually a learning lesson that I will speak to my guys back home, so that I benefit also from this engagement. But going then to devolution, big animal. We have 47 county governments, and the planning process for the county governments is legislated in the PFMA law of 2012 and the regulations thereof. There is also the Devolution Act that was also developed specifically focusing on the devolved governments. Now, in terms of funding, there is an institution called Commission on Revenue Allocation. If you may remember some of my second or third slide, I did show who are the major players. And the Commission on Revenue Allocation sits, it's an independent, again, commission. They sit and they look at the projected revenues going forward and also looking at the projected expenditures going forward. And then they do what is called vertical division, where they estimate what will be required by the counties and what should be then provided by the national government. Usually, it's a very involving affair where they do a lot of maths to look at certain parameters to come up with what we call equitable share. According to the analysis that we have, about 95% of the revenues that fund county government operations come from the national government through that equitable share analysis. The Constitution does provide for services that the county governments can actually charge and raise revenue. But I don't know whether you have the same challenge in Ghana, that revenue mobilization at that level is really awful. It's very awful. We maybe do about 20, 30%, but sometimes when we want to be civil and a little bit generous, we say, yeah, we are doing 50%. If you ask me, the counties are collecting about 20 or 30% of what they should collect. So a lot of times I challenge them. I tell them, you are leaving a lot of money on the table. So the administration and the guidance on the planning is done by, again, the State Department for Planning through a process where the counties are given guidelines every 5 years, and those guidelines enable them to come up with the equivalent of the MTP And the equivalent is what is called the County Integrated Development Plan. So every county must come up with that. And they are all reviewed by the State Department for Planning to ensure that they are in order and there is no county that has got wayward CIDPs that are talking about the earth and the heaven and things that can be achieved. So we have a quality assurance and quality control process that is done by the State Department for Economic Planning for the CIDPs. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you, presenter. I think, you know, the two presentations have actually, there are a lot of things that we can take from what you have said so far. These are just going through my copy. I think keeping the NDPC under the presidency was a fatal error. Because, you see, institutions that are supposed to be under the presidency, they don't have anybody representing them in cabinet. The president sits there and he's not, he cannot talk on his behalf. That is why the ministers go there and then they talk about it, and you can get the what you want done. So when you look at Kenya, it is under a ministry where there is a minister responsible for that. When you look at India, the vice president was, the vice chairman was saying that he has a cabinet role. So he can represent he can be in cabinet to actually drive home what is needed in the planning commissions, in the planning arena. And yours too, your minister is there to do that. Here, because it is under the ministry, under the office of the president, there is nobody who really goes there to talk for the commission except the president himself, but he cannot do that too because of the nature of how cabinet works. So things are left there without having even the executive, you know, to work. And then also the other problem is that when you look at the two of you, and especially in Kenya, the finance and planning are together. They are not separate. So you can really, you know, use your plans. I mean, you can influence the budget because it's the same institution actually. Here, the NDPC is out there and the finance ministry is here. So they are separated. And therefore, to be able to influence it is going to be very difficult, and it is. That is why you don't see that linkage that much. But more importantly, when you talk about this long-term perspective, from India, we heard that it said indicative. From Kenya, it's saying that it's the vision. And the vision is actually not a plan. But within that vision, they have five-year plans actually teaming out of the vision. And that one can accommodate manifestos and things like that, which will be more specific. We don't have it that way. When we talk about plans, we are always thinking about very, very prescriptive sort of thing. And of course, you know, I have to acknowledge that in our history, the only time that I see a long-term something that can be used effectively is the Vision 2020. Because that Vision 2020, and I give you the he actually prepared it, you know. That Vision 2020, he was part of it. That Vision 2020, the public is confused as to what really Vision 2020 was. What came out, published out, was the first step, which in fact was the coordinated program as well, and then developed into a plan. But the public didn't see the actual Vision 2020, which is actually the long-term framework, because that was not published. So people just confuse the two. They are saying that, oh, the Vision 2020 was thrown away and things like that. But Vision 2020 was the longer one, not the short one. So I think if we can, and if of course, you see, the truncation came as Dr. Iti said, Professor Iti said that as a minister did something. Yes, that is true. But there was also the truncation was also a factor of the fact that at that point, the economy was so bad that we had to go for these poverty reduction strategies instead of using a second, the second step. And that is why we lost track of that Vision 2020. So, and somebody said the political system, you cannot change the political system where people come, the governments come in with manifestos. So if you have a long-term vision, and then the models that Kenya is using, when a new government comes with this manifesto, then you use the model, which is a vision, which is a long-term view, and then plug in their manifestos. So I think we are learning a lot from the two institutions, I mean the two countries. But of course, the best thing for me is probably to have been able to take that thing off from the presidency and make it separate somewhere. But that one will require a constitutional change, a review, which is not very close. So thank you for all that we have heard from you.
Thank you very, very much, Professor Jambafo. On this idea of the presidency, and then I remember that when we were discussing the National Development Planning Law, the suggestion, which seemed to have a lot of support, was to make the Director General the equivalent of a minister who will sit in cabinet. That was when we left the meetings, I thought that's what was going to happen. It didn't happen. But there was general agreement in the room that the DG of NDPC was like a minister and was sitting in cabinet. Anyway, that's long ago. General, what are the next steps? We are done with this session.
We shall now break out into 3 different groups. So this is what I'm going to do. Please, let's put our hands together for Prof. Dr. Muya, thank you so much. Yes, please. Thank you so much for your time. This is what I'm going to do. I know a lot of you may have questions. I suppose when we break out into the groups, that should also help us address some of these questions or concerns. Unfortunately, because of time, we cannot take all the questions that may come up. But I guarantee you, as we go into the groups, we'll be able to get a better understanding from there. So now that we've heard from the Indian and Kenyan perspectives, you know, I don't dabble in politics. For 20 years, I never voted. I say it ashamedly, but because these political parties frustrate me. I just started contemplating when Dr. Muya was speaking. Alan Chemating, you know, when he resigned recently, he came out with something called NATO. NATO. N-A-T-O. No action, talk only. Some of you know it. But I was listening to Dr. Muya and the follow-up comment from my senior brother there. That was what came to mind. But the Kenyans, they plan and they do it. What are we doing? But hope is not lost. That is why we're doing this. And hopefully we'll get to that point where others can also replicate what we are doing. We're going to spend some 40 minutes. I keep cutting the time, but it's also because we have to make time. We're going to use 40 minutes for the breakout session, reports, and the Q&A. So if you look at your program, you would notice that so we'll do the 40 minutes. There will be 3 working or syndicate groups for deep dive discussion. So we're going to go further into some of the very discussions we've been having here. There are 3 thematic areas, each with a moderator for those sessions. I am going to do this. We're going to divide ourselves into 3 groups. When you exit from this entrance, there's meeting room 1, then there's meeting room 2, and then the third one will be right here. So what we'll do is, for the first discussion on external governance arrangements affecting the NDPC, external governance arrangements affecting the NDPC, the facilitator is Vida Duty. Where's Vida, please? Thank you very much. So that's Vida. For those of you who are interested in that conversation, who would like to focus more on that, you can go with Vida Duty to room 1, but listen to the 2 others as well. I mean, as you have them in front of you, so you can make a choice. For group 2, the discussion, the deep dive discussion, will focus on internal governance structures to deliver the mandate, that is human and financial resources. How do we do it? What are the resources we need, human and financial? And that will be spearheaded by Dr. Eric Odrasai. Do we have? Thank you so much. Then, how could I miss you? Then the third one will be facilitated by Dr. Amoako Arthur. It will focus on strategic stakeholder relationships or engagements with DPs, private sector, CSOs, and think tanks, all of these groupings. So we're going to split into these 3 groups, and in the next, I'll give 5 minutes for those who have to walk to the other meeting rooms, and in the next 40 minutes, we'll come together. Right after that, we'll settle for lunch, and then when we return, we'll have a plenary. There will be a presentation of the group work and questions based on group sessions. So group leaders, Vida, Dr. Odrasai, and Dr. Amoako Arthur. So for the 2 of you, Vida and Dr. Odrasai, you would move to meetings room 1 for you, Vida, meeting room 2 for you, Dr. Odrasai. And for Dr. Amoako Arthur, the interaction will be right here. So 3 groups, and all of us are involved. You decide which group you're going to be in. But we can't have groups that are too bulky. So if one group is too bulky, we'll have to move some of you to the next group. So how many are those going with Vida? External governance arrangements affecting the NDPC. For those who would like to focus on that, please, together with Vida Duty, Dr. Odrasai is exiting. For those who would like to discuss internal governance structures to deliver the mandate that is focusing on human resources and financial resources, you can go with him, and the rest of us can stay here for the interaction with Dr. Arthur. So we return in 40 minutes. Let me just clarify. So we should be back by 2:20. So 2:25, all of us should be back. Those who are leaving, 2:25, we should be back and wrap with this session. 2:25. Thank you. I'll be coming to your groups to reiterate. 2:25, we should be done and back. Thank you very much. Dr. Arthur? So for those who are going to participate in this session, I would encourage those at the flanks, the wings, to just come a bit closer so we can have a more engaging session. And afterwards, if you'd like to go back, you can do so. Since others have left, I just crave your indulgence. If we can come from the flanks, come a bit closer to the middle lane, I'd be grateful. For those who are staying for this session, thank you.
Please, sorry, please, can we all move a bit forward? Yeah, please. Those at the back, please move forward, if it's possible. Our task is to look at stakeholders' participation, engagement in plan preparations. And I think that there's been a lot that has been said, a lot that has been shared from Audrey, Dr. Audrey Smock, Amoa, and from others. We want to interrogate it further and not only identify what can be done or should be done, but we want to look at how it can also be done. So what has not worked, what should be done or can be done, and how can it be done? I think if we address it from these three angles, we shall be very, very fine. So the stakeholder engagement is a requirement for plan preparation in Ghana. It's laid out clearly in procedure and guidelines that if plans are being prepared, there must be some minimum number of stakeholder engagements based on which approvals are given at whatever levels that they are. So if you take the district level, there are some stakeholder engagement that are supposed to be conducted. And then there's some approvals to also be done. What is being done now, is it adequate? What really ought to be done? And I think we'll open it for the interactions. Anybody, raise your hand, share your views, but please, straight to the point. Let's cut out introductions, but go straight to the point. So, please, are we okay with the task ahead of us? What should be done? Yes, I do. This wonderful man. I have a rapporteur here. Yes. So, please, you can raise your hand or you can press. Just raise your hand to be recognized. And I'm the Speaker of Parliament at this stage. So, let me recognize you and then, yeah? So, please feel free. I'll be glad if ladies can speak first.
Okay, so.
Yes, please, madam.
Right. My name is Nayele. I work with the Trade Union Congress, Ghana. And for the TUC, no, my name is Adefio Setre. Yeah. So for the TUC, with what's to be done, we have regional and district structures across the country. And in one of our meetings with ACET, we volunteered these structures for the citizens' engagement. So when we get to that point, the TUC structures are available across the country, and we would be happy to have these structures used to engage workers and the general public.
Thank you, Nayele. So that is with the institution of TUC. What has worked? What should be done? What can we do better, and how can we do it? Yeah? So, yes, structures. Yes, madam?
Yeah, I want to talk about the community level. We all know that we have the unit committees. The unit committees are not working to start with. Some of them are elected, some of them are appointed. But basically, they are supposed to mobilize the people, collect data, and also collect information for plan preparation. But and because the person is not resourced, they don't also work effectively. So you could see that the process of gathering data information from the community level is fraud. It is not effective enough. So talking about collecting data that represent the people, normally the data or the information that are collected are not from the people. That is one. Then if you go to the district assembly, sometimes they gather, they do some consultations, and in the morning we heard about the fact that some critical stakeholders, skills, technocrats, those literate that can and professionals that should be involved in planning are also not involved. So the process of planning, even though it's supposed to represent the views of the people, normally most people are left out. And that is why I'm concerned about, and I'm looking forward to ways that we can really fill in the gaps that we have identified this morning.
Thank you very much. Yes.
I want to add something to the district. Yeah, I agree with you perfectly because the unit committees are the bedrock of decentralization. So we need to involve them when it comes to data. Additionally, every 4 years we prepare medium-term development plans, like we prepare 2018, 2021, and now 2022, 2025. But we go to the urban, town, area, and zonal councils to assess their development needs or aspiration. Then we use pairwise correlation to rank their needs. So they have a number and they know this is our topmost priority. But what normally happens, I want to call it feedback mechanism. So the next 4 years, then we go to them. We don't even go back and review the previous one. So you go and they will say, even the first project that we identified, they could not implement it. So if the last plan, you had about 200, the next one, you get about 50 people. And that is what is happening. That feedback mechanism is part of demand-side accountability.
Let me stretch you a little bit on that one.
Yes.
What do you think is a motivation for me to come to the table? When you take my taxes at the local level and I don't see it being used. When you say something that you're going to do at the district level and you don't do it, what's the motivation for me to come?
That is the point, yeah.
Well, just to answer the question which you asked, it is when the person realizes that, yes, I paid the money, but what the money will be utilized for, I must have a say in it, then the person would come to the table.
So it's accountability based stakeholder engagement. Don't call me a stakeholder. For example, if a bank is going to account for whatever they want to do, they do the annual general meetings, right? And then they tell us what is in there. I think that's the concept with this stakeholder thing. Somebody pays a little at the market and still sits on the pavement, doesn't see any improvement in the market to make sale of food or whatever even palatable, then why should the person come? So
hello. I'm wondering what we mean when we say stakeholders, because who your stakeholder is really defined by what you want to discuss. And I'm not sure whether we are talking about stakeholders in terms of the whole population or stakeholders to discuss what should be in the National Development Plan. I doubt if we in this room can agree on what should be the National Development Plan. So
okay.
I think we need to
thank you.
Is
it the Vice Chairman of the Money? Yes, okay. So let me take you to some basics on what we have agreed to with stakeholders. What are the challenges regarding NDPC's engagement with stakeholders? So that's the first thing here. I thought you have it in front of us. So what are the challenges regarding NDPC's engagement with stakeholders? 2, how do we ensure effective engagement and participation of all relevant stakeholders, especially parties not in government, and in the planning and formulation processes? So this is what we are dealing with. So that my question. Let me just finish for you, and you can ask. How do we ensure a sustained collaboration and coordination between NDPC and the following key stakeholders? I'm going to mention key stakeholders here. Private sector. I think it's even broad when we say private sector, but yes, private sector. Academia, think tanks like you, DPs, CSOs, traditional and religious bodies, right? And then I think we have specialized organizations like what the Madam presented, physically challenged. So this is what we are looking at. How do we ensure that the above collaboration and coordination is well structured? Can we project it? How do we ensure that the above collaboration and coordination is well structured without interfering with the strategic directions of the Commission? And how do we ensure effective coordination of NDPC across different initiatives, policies, and regulations of all governments? So now, back to you.
So the point is to frame the discussion well. So if you ask think tanks to come to the table, we know what we are talking about. The last time it was the 40-year development plan. I know we are still discussing the development plan, right? So I appreciate what you just read, but it still is not clear, all right? For instance, in Imani, we have thought through the whole idea from the time of the 40-year development plan. Some of you may remember I debated Prof. Akosa on it, on live radio. It's on, but I don't know why it's not working. I'm speaking into it. I don't know why it's not working. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
So I'm saying a bit more definition will help, because then it makes it useful for us to come when you call. And using Imani as an example, I was saying that we have thought through, given a lot of good time, thinking through the development planning issue. Way back in 2015, I actually debated Prof. Akosa on it as part of the public education thing. As of now, I'm not sure whether we are still debating the paradigms for the previous 40-year plan, which I don't think is happening, or what. All right, so I'm thinking if there's a better definition, and that definition has to come from a smaller group of people, maybe the NDPC, what I call the intellectual heavy lifting, where you draw the lines, draw the boundaries and parameters, and then we feed into it. So I keep looking for that so we can all work at it, because we've done something, we don't know whether it fits.
Okay, so I kind of, did you get a point that he raised? That there should be some proper definition of what you call stakeholders for plan preparation. I think we do have it. We do have it. I'm not working in NDPC, but I think we do. So somebody from NDPC can speak to it and clarify it. Then we can have some.
I think we have it at the Planning Commission. We have what we have identified as the terminologies and the various teams, and then
can just give some, because for me,
the terminologies.
Yes,
the
for
terminologies.
me, I don't understand certain things. If you take the private sector, for instance, I keep giving an example. If you take the high street, right? You take all the banks, their headquarters are there, right? You have a lot of insurance company. The insurance headquarters is there. The judiciary is there. How often do these people participate in AMA's plan preparation? The professional groups are there. How often do they participate? So I think I'm more or less aligning with him. It's not to downgrade what NDPC has, but when he says we should be some proper redefinition, I agree.
I do. So let me come in. I do agree that we should be involving the stakeholders the more. And who are they? The categories of stakeholders who should be identified, and at what stage in terms of our plan preparation processes should we involve them? Here comes the issue. In the Act 479, we have what we have identified as cross-sectoral planning groups. It is in the Act. Unfortunately, the Acts prescribe that they should be meeting regularly, which means if regular, it should be periodic. And the periodic meetings is identified to be every quarter. And the cross-sectoral planning groups identifies all the stakeholders that have been mentioned, be they professional bodies, be they religious leaders, they are part of the cross-sectoral planning groups. My proposal, because it is not being done regularly by the commission, the funding, good. The funding to resource NDPC to invite them to participate in the planning processes are a bit of a challenge. So if we can, then we can invite Emmanuel, what are the think tanks? They are all part. They are to be part and meet us every week. Get the Act 479 and look at the cross-sectoral planning groups. I wanted to mention another. That one is not by law, but we have what we call the sector working groups. The sector working groups are also available, but the issue of funding also has made them a little more moribund. Yes, exactly.
So to help, you see, in the last round for the 40-year development plan, 1 million cedis was spent per region, making 10 million cedis. And members of the Development Planning Commission went into the regions, engaging farmers, fishermen, market women, etc., on the 40-year development plan. And it's one of the points I made arguing against that approach. That when you want to do a 40-year development plan, you don't go to a peasant farmer, not because they are not important, but because there is little capacity at that level to feed into that kind of thing. You have to do the intellectual heavy lifting. Like you said, on the High Street and Independence Avenue, people are spending $40 million building one building as a head office, and there's no proper drainage there. So you need to have what you want them to come and discuss. If you want my time, if you want the time of the guys in MTN or Barclays or whichever bank, you have to have an idea. Okay, we want to do this. Then they feed into it. I was listening to you. I still didn't get an idea of what it is we are dealing with. So what I'm saying is that somehow we need to do that intellectual heavy lifting and chart the path.
All right.
And then call people to
I
it.
think your point is well made. We need to do the intellectual heavy lifting, right? Okay. I think there are other views. Yeah. Let me take other people. Otherwise, it gets in. Yes. Any other? Ghana Medical Association. Is it Ghana Medical Association? How often do they participate in NDPC plan preparation? Ghana Institute of Engineers. How often do they participate? Okay. Ghana Institute of Bankers. Okay. So, any other view? I should come back to you. Please press.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
The identified stakeholders. So are there unidentified stakeholders? And who might those be? Because then you gave certain names as those identified. Are they those ACET has been working with so far? And if there are unidentified stakeholders, who might they be?
I think that can we put that there, and then let those who have to think through it. We have development partners also working in this country. We have international consortiums also working in this country. We have those who are part of the Money Cloud. I had a chance to work on a UN document which was adopted by all the countries, the New Urban Agenda. It took 2 years to engage and then to do all that. But of course, there was a financial capacity to do that. But the question is, how do we engage these DPs, international organizations, in our plan preparations? Yes, Doc. Okay. Right.
No, this one.
Yeah, thank you. I will engage on this one at three levels, actually. There's a lot of feedback. Okay, so the first one.
If there is a microphone on, just put it off.
Or is it this one?
Is this mic? It's off. No, it's off. It's off. It's off. It's off. It's off.
Let's try again.
Otherwise, please put it on.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 3 levels. The first one is when we were doing our Vision 2030, the development partners, unfortunately, were not very supportive. That is the sad part, or maybe the good part of it. However, UNDP came through, and a lot of the benchmarking, South-South, North-South cooperation, collaboration, was supported through the UNDP, but not the other development partners. In fact, a lot of them were playing wait and see because they did not believe that we would manage to go ahead and do the vision that we were talking about. Now, at the medium-term plan level, every 5 years, when we are doing that, I say development partners are very collaborative, because as we come out with the sector working groups for different sectors, they volunteer to be part of the stakeholders who sit in those meetings. And to some extent, the UNDP also helps in funding some of those engagements. At the annual development plans level, where we are looking at the annual development at the national level, at the county government, we also get a lot of support from development partners. Now, based on the fact that we have the overarching framework of Vision 2030, so they believe in our process. And I think that is how we've gotten them to come and work around with that, both in terms of financial support and also technical support where they sit in, and some of them even are able to hire some experts to help us in thinking through some of the things that we are doing in the national development planning. Thank you.
So at least it's possible to get them involved in the process. Maybe it's a gap NDPC may want to fill. You have it.
Development part.
No, NDPC. Yes.
I think we walk a very tight line of ensuring that we have ownership and they don't take over what we are doing. So we normally almost do all of the work, and then we find special opportunities to engage them to see if they have inputs. And a lot of them, they carry lots of expertise, and so they provide those technical inputs. They don't take decisions per se on what our priorities should be, etc., but they still support the process. But just that we do not want to give them a frontal role, because we've had some history around that where people felt ownership was being compromised. Yeah, thank you.
In order not to sell or leadership.
I believe this is what the problem is, because sometimes it's like jealousy, where you think that somebody who you invite to participate is going to take ownership. I think it's false. Getting people together is a process of gathering ideas and information. That's what it is all about. We were talking about all these big buildings there, no sewage. Now, if you are going to have meetings whereby you have the Institution of Engineers, you have the Ghana Medical Association, don't you see that those people have the expertise? And if you tell them why you are asking them to come to the meeting, they will ensure that among themselves they find the experts within them, which they will send. And even talking about resource, I have occasion to argue with the NCC to tell them that you people have been obsessed about per diem. And what is killing, that is killing Ghana. I attend so many meetings like that. No, I never ask anybody about my transportation, even though I've traveled to get there. Because people are willing to help to build Ghana up. The talents are available. We are not using them. And we are the losers. And so the mess we are in is coming from all that. Last time I remember I went to Houston, and I find out that every small area had a sewer unit, which is processing the sewage from the area. They are not all around, which costs fortune. And I asked myself, I said, don't we also have engineers and sanitary inspectors, or what? They call it sanitary engineering, not what you people call plumber. Because that's a degraded terminology. But they are sanitary engineers who have the expertise, who can devise some of these matters, or at least draw our attention to it, so that we can work towards it. So if you are talking about planning, please, I beg all of you, get this concept out of your head that somebody is coming to take ownership. Your ladies, nobody is taking ownership of anything. People want to make what? Contribution. And there are Ghanaians who are prepared to volunteer their time and energy to provide that expertise, which is necessary and required. When Ghanaians are experts in other countries, I think Dr. Pepe is here. They are there helping to develop those countries. And I often ask the ambassadors abroad, I ask them, I said, you as an ambassador, do you know your role? You are here to take care of the citizens of Ghana. That is your business. It's not the tea parties you attend. And these days with computer technology available, you're supposed to have a data on all your Ghanaian citizens in your area. That data provides you with information. So there is something is needed in Ghana. You go on your machine and tells you that this and that person has this special knowledge. And you will let Ghana know. And I said there are many of them who will travel on their own, as Dr. Pepe does all the time. They will travel on their own. They're not going to ask you to send them a ticket. And they will come and participate and provide the information. So I'm just making a plea to all of you to say that this is a rich country with a lot of talent, which is untapped and unused. We need to reverse the process and leave the thing to the young one who sits in parliament and make all the noise, and we assume that that is all it is all about. It is not. I'm not trying to denigrate them. It is good to have a forum to talk. But it is not the end of, because that is not even unproductive. In the end, it is unproductive. The talents are not in there. You may not like to go to that place. And there are a lot of Ghanaians I know. You will not persuade them to go and start for election and be insulted and abused. But they are prepared to help Ghana. And they don't want even remuneration because they are earning a living. They are earning their living. They don't need it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. But please, before you come in, whilst the 40-year development plan was being prepared, which I actively, in fact, I coordinated sections of it, I can tell you there were requests to know how many doctors we will require by 2057. The data was absent. It was absent. I handled urban development, human settlements, land use, financing, and all that. And I could tell you there were gaps. I mean, so stakeholder engagement. There could be people in the real estate sector who can give you facts and figures. I'm not saying NDPC cannot do it. They might not be doing it now because of capacity issues. But it is something that ought to be done. And if we have our DPs along with us, they could support even in some of these areas. Before I come to you, let me...
So just very quickly, I think that the challenge here is what we mean by effective engagement. And we are lumping these people together. So there are think tanks and academia who can do some of the strategic thinking. So a bit like Mr. Chairperson said, you know, we've got to think about the vision, the long-term vision, like Kenya did. Then we've got to think about the 5-year, 4-year, whatever we want to call it, you know, broken down plans. And then we've got to think about the annual plans. Then we've got to think about the quarterly, the sectoral, you know, a bit like, I think Dr. Amoako said earlier on about how when they need help to plan electric access, the wrong person is in the room. I think we need to kind of break our stakeholders down and say, who do we engage when we are setting the vision? Who are the, you know, academics and think tanks that are doing the long-term visioning, looking at the rest of the world, how we position ourselves? Then we come to the plans. Our stakeholders are them plus more. Then the annual plans, then the detailed quarterly checkup. Then we have a whole different group of stakeholders when it comes to monitoring and evaluation and accountability. So the slight challenge here is that we've lumped everybody together, and that's not quite what we need. We need to break them up for the different sectors. Yeah.
Okay. It's not going to be question and answers, but NDPC, have you categorized these? Okay, can you just
use the policy formulation process. We have, let's say in the last round, we had agenda the agenda for jobs, 2022 to 2025. So we had about five dimensions. So we have extensive stakeholder analysis of those that should be around the table. And so at the policy level, I don't think that we really have a challenge. After even using the cross-sectoral planning groups, we call them those stakeholders cross-sectoral planning groups because they fit within those thematic areas that we're talking about. After that, we still hit the ground and deal with several professional associations. It's not everybody who can come around the table. Logistically, that's going to be impossible. So we go out there and engage those that we think have a stake in, especially particular areas, and make sure that we close the gaps. But I think it's also true that we have different levels or layers of and stakeholder engagement. Then you go to the larger Ghanaian public and explain to them, this is what we have on the drawing board, this is what we have arrived at. What do you think about it? Some of them can say, you are not looking at this particular issue well. Can you, an example, we went to one region and somebody said, why are we targeting only single mothers, single mothers as poor people? One lady said, Madam, so if they are single parents, we should equally target them. You know, so these are the nuances that they bring to the work that we are doing. We saw, to respond to Mr. Bento, is it Mr. or Dr. Bento? Yes, we do both, the heavy lifting. And then we saw the consultations you saw was not just the end of the process. So we did the heavy lifting and we went to the public as well. I think I need to say something. The challenge we have, and I think my colleague alluded to, we do very well at the policy level. You know, bring in the stakeholders, craft everything nicely. But the follow-up is not as great. Because stakeholders would like some feedback. What happened to what we worked on? What progress are we making on that? You know, that does not happen because of the resources.
I like the point you are raising, but you see, underlying stakeholders are three things: accountability, ownership, and sustainability. These are the three things that underlie stakeholders. So you engage at policy level. How do you account to them? How are they accountable? Then the issue of ownership. So NDPC owns it, but it's supposed to be owned by everybody on the table and accounted to. They must account for, and they must know what is inside. And underlying that one also is the issue of transparency. So I think we are dealing with, we need to, as I said, unbundle it from the policy strategic level. There should be clarity. Who is vision blah, 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 blah. Policy level, as you have said. At the municipal district level. So, yeah. So the point is, do you have the capacity to do it? Sorry. Yeah.
Yes. Well, this really is perhaps for my education. I'd be grateful if the NDPC could show us if some of us are visual. It would be good to see some kind of schema, all right, that says that, okay, when it comes to stakeholder engagement, this is who we engage, development partners, this is who we engage, professional groups, this is who we engage. Some of us would be very, very happy to see something like that. And then those of us who think that there are some holes or some gaps can contribute to that. Because I'm concerned that ACET is trying to do, or all of us together with ACET is trying to do what maybe even the NDPC has not been able to do, right? Because we also want to engage the whole population of Ghana on this roadmap. But if NDPC has not been able to do it, then how can we, So if there's some kind of schema like that, I'll be grateful to see that. But obviously, this is very nuanced, right? It's multi-sectorial and it's multi-levels, but we've got to bring in the academics. But I remember one professor, one of his biggest lessons, he actually learned from an illiterate woman who dealt with palm kernel oil. So how do we get the local village wisdom as well as, the knowledge that comes from the ivory tower?
Hello, I'm from Right to Place, so I'm representing CSO. My suggestion is at the level where we are working in different district regions, can we be part of the process? We come in to support the government development. So our areas of work is what are the priorities of the government, how can we support? So being part of the planning process can be very helpful. And because we work with different groups, children, youth, women, children with disability, if we want all those people to be part of the process and make contribution, they need capacity building. And sometimes we bring those technicity of building the capacity of people to understand their role, how they can contribute, what are the skills they need, and we have programs to develop the skills of all those people who have to make contribution to the development of the country. So sometimes there's that lack of involvement at district level, and if we contribute better at the district planning, if we have a down-up or up-down planning, I don't know, but our contribution at district level to develop their plan, which are submitted at national level, can be very helpful.
Yes, so I'm not sure whether I can be heard, but so in Yendi Municipal Assembly, my name is Justice Baole from the University of Ghana Business School. So in Yendi, you go to Yendi and they have what they call Development Forum, where the District Assembly engages all the civil society, NGOs, either community or international that are there, and they sit and they talk through their medium-term development plan. And they collect information from all of the civil society groups that are working in different places and plugs it into their system to see whether or not their medium-term development plan is getting played. And you would see clearly that by the time that these conversations are done, the District Assembly doesn't really have to do much in terms of real hard development in the communities, because these actors are there and working a lot and giving that information to them. And it's one of the things that I think we don't do too well at. Currently, social development is supposed to be doing that and taking reports from NGOs annually. Those reports, if you go to the ministries, if you go to the regions, you go to the local, nobody is taking care of those reports. Nobody looks at those reports. Nobody collates them. So at the end of the day, and many times I wonder how we actually say we're developing, because District Assembly monies hardly go into those things. But work is still going and communities are surviving. And that missing link of who is doing it, how they are doing it, and how we can plug that and ensure that we can actually properly now distribute the resources that the district assembly has to take care of places that haven't been taken care of. This is completely missing. And I think we need to go back to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now let me introduce myself. I'm Dr. Eric Akobe. I'm a Senior Technical Advisor to the National Development Planning Commission. Yeah, I think this issue, first let me say something about the development partners. I had the opportunity to work with the UNECA as Chief of the Development Planning Section, and we identify a major gap with countries that have NDPC or National Development Planning, also Ministry of Finance. And Ghana is one, because Ghana has a Ministry of Finance. Ministry of Finance has integrated national financing framework. And NDPC has also come out with integrating national development planning framework. And the two must be integrated, and that is not the case now. And now ECA is helping Ghana to integrate the two using a tool called Integrated Planning and Reporting Toolkit. So development partnering can really help when you come to technical support. And also, in fact, before joining the NDPC, I was the coordinating director. So I work at the district level for more than 20 years. So we've been preparing the medium-term development plans. So we have what is called the stakeholders analysis. We identify the stakeholders, their interests, point of collaboration, where to meet them, when to meet them, resources, and all this. But what is lacking is what I normally call vulnerability analysis. We don't identify the vulnerable and excluded so that we can also engage them. And I think that is something that we have to look at. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm Ruben Atipo from Liberal Party of Ghana. I was saying if the NDP want to involve the political parties, they should take our manifesto so serious and then add it to their planning. And I think that's also going to help. Thank you.
Oliver, just one.
Thank you for the conversation. My name is Oliver Bakavomao. It seems to me in a lot of the conversations we've been thinking about the role of stakeholders within the planning process and coming out with a plan. And I've kind of been reflecting on the aftermath of the plan itself. Because a lot of the conversation we are talking about is the uptake of the plan by the political class or the politicians in terms of how development planning or development is set out. One of the things I've seen a lot of different stakeholders do is, for instance, take political party manifestos and trying to benchmark government performance by the manifestos. But I've never seen that happen with respect to the plan, for instance. And I wonder what is the engagement process after the plan is in place and ensuring that different agencies, think tanks and other advocacy partners are able to pick this up as a way to judge government performance and things like that. That's kind of what I was thinking about. Thank you.
I will take it as a suggestion or a reflection of what is going on in your mind. We don't have much time now. Standing on my neck. I think just to cap it, we are talking about the lifting of, to quote your words, I'm not wrong as a lawyer. Okay. We have to look at the intellectual heavy lifting. We have to look at the extent to which we actually engage with stakeholders and be accountable to them in such a way that they can become honest and sustained. We also have to talk about, I want to use what you talked about, and I like it. Too much of prose is killing us. We need more of the, what do you call it, how do you call it in IT? The visuals. There is a new one, infographics. Infographics, from where I schooled when I did my master's first, 20-something years ago in the Netherlands. They have maintained that up to today. They call it Bestemmings plan. The plan that is prepared is supposed to be pasted 3 weeks for general public, not only in the streets, but also on platforms. And then people have to debate and talk about it. That's why you can't go and, they critique it. That's why you can't go and talk about putting a filling station where there is supposed to be a drain. You know, that engagement is not only the meeting face to face, but the engagement can go beyond that to the infographics, to the IT level. Now we are talking about AIs. And NDPC, these are some of the tools that we can talk about. Okay, so that also came in. Then the last big one, so 4 points, 4 key points. The last big one has to do with the financial capacity. How strong financially is NDPC to be able to do some of these things extensively? Oliver, I don't want to raise your point because it's a reflection. But that is to say, after doing all these things, how do you come back to stakeholders and account to them? Feedback is missing. Get back to them. Oh, we did this and that and that and that on policy level, on medium-term level. This is where we got to. And the transparency with which you account to them is also critical. So I think going forward, 5 points in addition to what has been said. Can I say thank you very much? I hear lunch is just by the way here. So just exit, grab something, and eat. Thank you. Back. General, Madam, can you help? Okay, we come back in 40 minutes, which means lunch must be eaten very fast, not the Ghanaian way. We come back in 40 minutes.
or legislative changes to ensure that NDPC plays its role effectively. In our group, we all agreed that NDPC doesn't work in isolation, work within a certain context. And within that ecosystem of our planning and budgeting and financial management, there seemed to be some dichotomy. Even though we have some of the laws, we need to really have a second look at them and see how we can strengthen the relationship to make NDPC more effective. And so we had some suggestions back to plenary. We think that probably we don't need a constitutional reform to make NDPC more effective. That may be far-fetched and may take a longer period for us to be able to do that. But we all agreed that we need to put in place legislative instruments to improve the planning system. Some of the areas that we identified were the fact that NDPC and Ministry of Finance are separate institutions, or one organization is not too significant, because we had discussions whether the two should be merged, whether they should stay separately. We were of the view that if we review the laws regarding the functional boundaries and how they fit in each other, it could be a better way to go. It might not be physical location, they can still be separate, but still together. We also feel that the planning law should be revisited to make sure that it is fit for purpose. Probably how we envisaged it some years back, it's time for us to look at the planning law itself and how to retrofit it into the changes that we see in the ecosystem. There were mention and reference to some specific National Development Planning System Act, the National Development Planning Systems Act, and the Public Financial Management Act. We thought that if some sections that were particularly referred to were looked at, we could be able to be bridging the gap between finance, budgeting, and the financial management. We also had some discussions about the place of NDPC currently. Separate NDPC from the executive and make it independent was something that we discussed extensively. And we also thought that we should consider altering the composition of NDPC to include representatives of various political parties. We felt that probably that might bring them a little bit more into what NDPC does, and then also the interest to integrate their manifestos. It was a suggestion that came up. The second issue that we discussed was ensuring NDPC leadership. I think it's making NDPC play more effective leadership role. Related to the issues that we mentioned, the laws are there, but you need to translate it into action. And because there are gray areas, so it is more on relationship and personalities, we thought that we should formalize it a bit with the introduction of standard operating procedures governing the relationship and properly documented, so that irrespective of whoever is in charge, we are going by what is on the books and not because I like you, I don't like you. Ministry of Finance currently has a public investment division to evaluate public investment. We think that it's a duplication, and that function should move to NDPC. Public investment programs for each year should be aligned to the plan and should be approved by NDPC. So they don't just plan and then come back in another period to come and look at medium-term plans. The final point that we discussed was policy and strategy consistency and continuity in development planning. We went back to talk about reviewing some articles and some provisions that constrain and allow for that to happen. NDPC plans, our constitution is also mandating the presidents to plan. So sometimes when they come, they feel they are obliged to work with their manifestos. We thought that if it is possible, NDPC should be given powers to be able to review the manifesto. So not being political, but being in there and then also providing some guidance based on the frameworks that we have and the long-term vision. So if we want to irrigate a certain percentage of our land, it is our policy, and we guide them to at least ensure that they are aligning. Not to only sit and wait for manifestos, but they can also send the policy framework to political parties so that as they prepare their manifesto, they also prepare themselves to align with the framework that we have. Another suggestion is to institute performance management contracts with MMDAs to ensure their activities are aligned with the plans. Manifestos should be costed to ensure they do not affect the macroeconomic performance. So say it, but tell us how much it will cost and where you get the money from. Set up an independent budget office to cost all political manifesto. So these were some of the suggestions that we came out with. We have our 4 reports that if some of you want to see, can read later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vida. So may I ask, are there any questions for clarification, any questions, additions that anybody would like to make with the presentation from Group 1? Okay, please.
Yeah, so the last slide had a point on sending out policy framework to political parties. So that I thought if you engage the political parties right from the onset, they get to own the process. They get to be a part of, this whole change that you want to make, rather than formulating whatever policy and sending to them. That's just my loud thought.
Thank you. No, okay, so I will give you, oh, sorry. Sir.
Just a question, and say that when you say this must be done, what mechanism do you have to enforce it? I think let's be cautious on that. You cannot dictate to anyone. All you can do is to make suggestions. So you will need to check the whole language that has been used throughout the program. That is just what I want to say.
Thank you. Do you want to respond? And then we'll go to Group 2.
Yes, I think these are recommendations, so we just take note of that. Thank you. But please, there was a final point that we forgot to add. There was also a suggestion if possible, to have Parliament approve our plans to make it more binding.
So I'd like to pass on to Group 2.
Thank you. Group 2. Group 2, we worked on the internal governance arrangements to support the process. Okay, so we have these representations, 25 members. Please continue. The first one, the constitutional reforms, we thought that we should, looking at the Kenyan experience, we should know exactly what we want the NDPC to do. Should they help us with the vision, or they should help us with the plan? Because our group was of the view that with the Kenyan model, it is a vision. So if we want NDPC to work on both vision and plan, then we should structure it as such. So we need a national conceptualization of what exactly we want NDPC to do. Even though there is a provision in Article 86 of the Constitution in respect of what we want them to do. But that is not, seem not to be working for us. And because of that, we are recommending that Article 86, which makes provision for the commission, be looked at. Though this is an entrenched provision because it is part of the executive chapter of the 1982 Constitution. We don't see it happening anytime soon. But we need to have that conversation as to what exactly we want NDPC to do. How do we ensure clarity on the role of the commissioners and track progress? We think that somewhere along the line, we are recommending that the commission should be converted into a board so that the NDPC would be an independent authority to support the nation to develop a vision, a plan, and see to the implementation from national to subnational level. And in that case, the commission would then be a board to support the process and make sure that they provide policy directions to track implementation for results. The other one is about the fundamental issues on the role and size of the commission. We were of the view that the size of the commission is widely large, and that we should reduce the size so that we can get the manageable numbers depending on the structure, depending on what we want NDPC to do. We noticed that we have all the regional reps, and we thought that if we conceptualize it as an authority and we decentralize its operations and we have regional offices that can be located within the RCCs, where the regional planning coordinating unit, the RPC use, will be the nucleus of the regional offices of the NDPC, together with the DPCUs, they will be able to support in that regard, so that the regional reps on the commission do not come in. So you have technical people, together with the constitutional provision for the Bank of Ghana and all other mandated institutions or reps to be there, so that it can reduce the size. But we were not able to recommend the exact numbers. The exact numbers will depend on the structure we give to the commission, depending on whether we want it to help us with the vision or a plan. Then the constitutional reforms or legislative instrument needed to ensure tenure of chairman. We thought that the Director General should be invited in an observer capacity to cabinet to provide direction or advice, as it were. Along the line, our attention was drawn that chairmen of political parties are normally invited to Parliament, to cabinet. So if that is possible, why can't we invite the Director General of the reconstituted NDPC to also be in cabinet to at least listen and also give feedback if need be? But we also of the view that we have to revisit the recommendations of the Constitution Review Commission. It is not all the recommendations that requires constitutional amendment. Some requires administrative actions, and some requires review of enabling legislations that can empower the NDPC. The other one is also how do we ensure that donor funding needs. We believe that anything that is important for us as a country, we have a statutory fund for it. We have a road fund, we have a development fund, National Health Insurance Fund, we have a number of funds. So if planning, which is the number one activity on the PFM cycle, because on the PFM cycle, we thought that you plan, you convert the plan into a budget, you spend the budget through procurement and contracting, you account for it through accounting, internal auditors comes in, then external auditors comes in, and this is the cycle. And all the cycles have been provided for in our law. So why don't we make specific provision for the visioning and the planning process as a country so that we know that we have appropriately costed for all the 5 PFM areas. So we need a statutory or a special fund to support planning and visioning for this country. And we are also saying that development funding support. We believe that development funding support is also important. But our group was of the view that we should look within Ghana to mobilize resources to fund our core functions, the basic things that we need, so that it will reduce the development partner or external influence as far as our future policy direction and development direction is concerned. But we should also strengthen our relationship with the development partners, because we have the view that we have dealt with the development partners, related to them for some time now, to the extent that it will be difficult for us to get them to influence our policies and development agenda. However, we should be cautious. The third recommendation is that we should encourage donors to invest in our national vision if they have our national development at heart. The last one is the technical expertise. Our group was of the view that NDPC has some fine professionals, not only in Ghana, but across Africa. We support countries, except that we don't remunerate them well. And when we look at the PFM cycle, controller staff are remunerated well because they are professionals. Public procurement officers are remunerated well because they said they are exposed to risk. Auditor General's office are remunerated well, and they are on PFM cycle. Budget officers, those with Ministry of Finance, and then other budget officers are remunerated well. So we believe that we should enhance the conditions of service, give staff of the restructured NDPC special conditions of service like their colleagues on the PFM cycle, especially considering that without a plan, you can't develop a budget. Their role is basic, it's fundamental to the PFM process. So we should give them good conditions of service and provide them special resources and tools that would help them, motivate them, so that they can deliver on their mandate and also retain the expertise that we have. Because the commission spends a lot of money, expose them, develop them, but before you realize, they will be poached by other well-meaning institutions, give them good resources, good compensation. So we believe that if we are able to benchmark their conditions of service with their colleagues on the PFM cycle, this would help us achieve our development aim. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doc. Any questions from colleagues in the audience? Yeah.
This is just a quick contribution. I really like that this group distinguished between the vision and the plan. And I hear a lot about planning, not enough about vision. And if you remember from the Kenyan example, the vision determines everything. After the vision, they realize even this constitution is not fit for purpose. I believe part of why we are struggling even with our constitutional reform is that we don't know where we're going, right? The vision is key. And those of you in management, you know, we talk about the golden circles. The vision, the why, is the bull's eye. And some of the suggestions we're coming up with are the hows and the whats. But if we don't define the why do we exist as a nation? Why should a baby choose to be born in Ghana? Until that is clear, a lot of the other things won't serve. So thanks for distinguishing it. Unless we have a vision, we don't even need a plan. Where are you going with the plan? Right. So thanks for clearly delineating that.
Thanks, Yao. Anyone else? No. Okay. So I'd like to. Oh, sorry, sir.
Wanted to say that there was a confusion there when you were talking about the cabinet. You cannot be a member of the cabinet. If you're a member of the cabinet, you are appointed by the president who has control over you. So it's a contradiction. You want an independent institution. If you say that the Director General should have the right of audience at cabinet, that's a different matter. But
observer capacity. I don't know whether that also sits with your access to cabinet. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think my work will be very brief. We concluded basically on three key things. That one, stakeholder engagement produces accountability, or is supposed to produce accountability. Stakeholder engagement must lead to ownership. And stakeholder engagement must assuredly anchor sustainability. But I'll go through what the group, what we concluded on. So our questions were three. The first one is, what are the challenges regarding NDPC's engagement with stakeholders? We had a couple of responses. We did not say recommendations, but we said remarks. So the first one is on this first question. Capacity of local or indigenous people may not exist to inform the process. An example is the 40-year development plan. This is what the group is saying, that there are gaps in follow-ups and feedback with stakeholder development processes. There must be identification of such gaps and be able to do feedback to our engagements. Saying that there might be no capacity does not mean that there isn't capacity, but the capacity to be able to elicit from the stakeholders, indigenous people, what is required. I hope that is what the group said. The gaps in accountability, ownership, sustainability of the development process, and transparency with which feedback is given. Transparency, NDPC, or the planning process is critical. So the group is of the view that there should be transparency in our feedback, in our processes. Then vulnerability analysis is lacking. I think it's one very solid point that came up. That do not only look at the kind of stakeholders that you have for now, but try as much as possible to do vulnerability analysis on that. Let's look at the remarks. Act 479 prescribes what is expected to be in stakeholder engagement. So NDPC, you do have it. But the question is it adequate to do that? They ought to meet regularly. However, this is not done often due to resource requirement. So you have capacity issue as well in terms of financial resources for effective stakeholder engagement. Sector working groups are also put in place to support the development planning process. This was strongly raised by one of the NDPC directors, I think, for budget. But the question is, using the Kenyan example, how are other partners like the DPs and others brought on board to feed into some of these things? There's a lot that was presented on that. Can we go to the second point? Second question, how do we ensure effective engagement and participation of all relevant stakeholders, especially parties not in government, in the planning and formulation processes? Now, I will highlight on the yellow ones. Involvement of professional bodies in development planning processes should be considered. You can't have Ghana Institution of Planners, Ghana Institution of Engineers, you can have Ghana Institution of Bankers, and not effectively involve them in your planning processes. They could feed into it in a very positive way, in such a way that at the end of the day, your plan may respond to some of the needs. And I can give an example during the discussion. How many doctors do we need by the year 2050 or 2057? The analysis would have been done, would have had some basics. These questions have been asked. How many engineers do we need in any case, where are we driving Ghana to? I think that question has been raised over there. There must be a clear definition for what kind of stake, I think for what kind of stakeholders we are talking about. We have the policy level stakeholders. We have the MMDA level stakeholders. Let's be very clear who we are talking about. Then we need to involve intellectuals in undertaking heavy lifting of major policy documents and plans prior to engagement. So the question was, how often does NDPC meet with professional bodies, intellectuals, to look at the heavy lifts? And then we also raised the issue of DPs should be seen as partners in the development planning process and not as people that would take control. Here, His Excellency raised a very solid point that, look, they are not necessarily competing with what we are doing as an institution, but they will enhance what we do, such that when you have lack in a particular area to engage stakeholders, they might even come in more effectively. So DPs should be looked at from that angle. Then we need to build capacity of stakeholders to understand their roles and ways to participate effectively. How do we do that? Knowledge sharing, information, and all that ought to be done. Can we go to the last one, please? Can you go down, please? All right. We did not go deeper in this area because of time constraint. Probably we're talking too much. Maybe we talked too much. But these are other concern areas that we would have looked at had we had more time. Probably it should be a 2 days activity next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc. Any questions for Group 3? Any comments? It was excellent. No questions or comments. Okay. So on that note, oh, sorry, sir.
You're talking about involving Ghana Institute of Planners, architects, and so on in planning, development plans. But at the district assembly level, all these people are there who participate in the preparation. At NDPC, they are there. Most of the ministries. So I'm not sure if you have a planner at the district level, you should go to Ghana Institute of Planners to bring their president in or something.
Can I respond? I think that Mr. President, I call him Mr. President because he used to be president of the Ghana Institute of Planners. I used to be his assistant secretary some time ago. Sincerely speaking, if you go into the local government service register to look for the number of planners in there, besides their capacity, most of them may not even belong to the Ghana Institute of Planners. What does the Planning Institute bring? Is ethics, standards, and how you perform. And I'm sure that you set up something in motion. And if that is encouraged, probably we could, we can enhance what happens there. But the point here is that the professional body called the Institute of Planners, the body itself, sits with NDPC and address at the policy level what ought to be, what kind of principles need to be put in place. Of course, you are right, there are planners in NDPC and also at the assembly level, but the body itself sits with them. I remember when Excellency was with the Ghana Bar Association. We know what, so that, abon. So that is what we are talking about, bringing that on board. And said, beyond every other thing, these bodies bring some quality, not only at the meso level, but even at the local level.
Are there any other questions? No. So we'd like to say a very big thank you to the 3 chairs of the different groups. My key takeaway, listening to the 3 of you, are and what we've heard from the audience is, one, we need to be clear on our vision, two, and the direction of travel. Then, on the basis of the vision of direction of travel, we need to be clear about the type of NDPC we need. And within that type of NDPC and the role that they have to play in helping us realize that vision and that ambition, we then need to be clear on who are the stakeholders, how do we engage with the stakeholders, and it's not just about bringing them to consult when we are developing the vision and the plans and the policies, etc., but also ensuring that the entity, whatever it is effectively resourced with the right skills and budget to be able to deliver. And then all of this within our current system might require some constitutional change, might not, but until we start with that vision, we are just dealing with areas of issues without the direction of travel. So that, for me, is the key takeaway. So thank you very much for that. Oh, they worked hard, ooh. Can we try small?
Thank you so very much, Mavis, for doing us the honors. And thanks to Vida, Dr. Drosai, and Dr. Arthur, where gradually, somehow, we've been able to make tracks and catch up with time. We're not doing that badly at all, looking at the time projections we had for the program. But as we wrap this event, we would also like to reflect on all the things we've been discussing here. Is it just going to be a talk shop? Or are we going to have crucial takeaways from here? When I was listening to Dr. Abrampa, I just realized, you can have all the ideas, but if the powers that be that will push, like you referenced, Mr. Kujetu, if they don't heed what you are saying, there's nothing that will come out of it. And that is why we're going to have this reflection, just for a few minutes, from some of our key speakers, starting with, so just to let you know, per the program, we'll hear from Dr. Muya. From Kenya, we'll also hear from Dr. Mensa Abrampa, then Dr. Brown, and we shall take it from there with the closing remarks. So we'll start with Dr. Muya, former Principal Secretary at the National Treasury and former Principal Secretary in the State Department for Planning in Kenya. Dr. Muya? Yes, from here, please. Maybe I can just invite all of you so that you take your turns in doing this in some 5 minutes maximum, if that is possible. Yes, each. Thank you. Okay, round this way. So definitely Mavis is going to stay to coordinate this. Prof had to take leave of us at a point, so he left not too long ago, but he is still here with us in his thoughts. Mavis.
Thank you very much. So, gentlemen, we've heard a lot today. So we started this morning with the vision from you, Dr. Abrampa, on looking at the compact, looking at the challenges we've had thus far, and looking at the compact and the recommendations in the compact document, the direction of travel. And you've heard a lot from colleagues and thought leaders in Ghana today on the history, the challenges, with some really sound recommendations and some tangible actions. You've also heard two slightly different models on how you plan. Two institutions that are respected globally as your peers. So one is from the motherland in Africa, and the other one is a South-South partner. It would be really good to hear from you, having heard all of these views today, what your takeaways are on reflection following this morning's presentation.
Thank you very much. Let me start by saying that it's very clear, and that from all the discussions I've had, either at this place or any other fora, that NDPC is a very important institution in our development culture. And it is also very clear that the role and the responsibility that is also put on NDPC in the Constitution and in all these acts are also very clear. The first one is to advise the President. The second one to undertake specific activities related to our planning, our development of the plan itself, the implementation, the monitoring, and accountability. But that, to take up those responsibilities, there are a lot of challenges. Challenges with the process, challenges with the institution itself, and we've had a lot of discussions related to that, within and without. And then also challenges that relate to even having the basic capacity to respond to these functions. And going forward, given all these discussions, I take three things out of that. The first one has to do with the definition of what a plan, what the kind of plan that we want as a country. That is very, very important. We could put any nomenclature on it, but it is very clear that we should have a defined path that the country wants to traverse, and that should be very, very clear. The second one is that in order to go on this path and to get to the destination, we require key resources and key engagement that ought to be done. And that relates to the structure and the way it also relates to other institutions. Some of them we've discussed this year, clear overlaps. Some of them, it is more competition than complementary. For some, it's even conflicting. Others are even clear case of overlaps. And then we also see that there are still some gaps. Gaps in terms of one of the areas which is very, very clear. The whole issue of investment, capital investment, planning, and its development. Everybody seems to be doing a bit of it, but it never gets done in a very good way, such a way that it can be predictable, that we can know way forward, how much is involved, how much do we have today, and how much do we have over the sequence. These are all areas which is very clear, and I'm looking at that in the vein of what is happening in Kenya and also India and other places, and how this is done. It tells us that the relationship between planning, budgeting, implementation, accountability is one course, such that this logic, if you break it anywhere, it distorts the whole course. It reduces the viability of the process, and for that matter, the relevance. It is also very clear that much as we're talking about process and structures, we also need to look at the persons involved, the commissioners themselves. And we've talked about staff in terms of condition of service, but the commissioners themselves. And these are high-level professionals who come and spend time working with the commission. Virtually, what we give to them is taking their transportation back home, virtually. So I ask myself, beyond the motivation of patriotism, what else will bring them to stay on the commission and work for us? So we need to look at the commissioners as well as the staff who are working with us to undertake this planning task. We heard it from both India and Kenya. High-level professional staff. And we need to hire them and keep them. But unfortunately, these are, in terms of the public service remuneration, are among the lowest. So the very important tax that we want them to undertake, we also give them pittance. So one of the things we don't celebrate, because it becomes so common for us at NDPC, is staff living. Unfortunately, we work with the highest earning people in the country. And once they get to see the talent, it's so easy. It's so easy. They don't even need to talk, but they move on. And so these are key challenges we have to look at. In going forward, we anticipated this situation. And immediately we started a discussion with ACET and other institutions. We thought about it, that going forward, we need to look at this whole visioning process. What we will describe as a perspective, a long-term framework to guide our development process. Very, very, very vital. And this should be done in such a way that it is engaging. And it is a way that it represents the country and not National Development Planning Commission. It represents what the country wants and not just a product of National Development Planning Commission. That is the first thing. The second thing is that going forward, we'll look particularly at those acts and LIs and others that we have proposed and begin to work on them, given the feedback that we are receiving. Because immediately we start engaging with those who can bring about the change, we should be able to proffer some advice and some suggestions, particularly those ones that are already competing and conflicting in the Constitution. The last thing that I would also like to talk about is that the engagement we're having today also has with it some complementary activities which are taking place, particularly those ones which relate to the fiscal and also the constitutional discussions and the others. That we do all these things in tandem, such that if we're going to have a change, it's not a change of one thing, but a real transformation which can take this initiative forward and bring about the change. I always say that I have gray hair. So if I say that even if I don't enjoy it, my children should come and enjoy the fruits of what we have sacrificed here today. Thank you very much.
That wasn't reflection, no, that was action. Thank you. So, Dr. Brown, you've heard from Dr. Abrampa in terms of his reflections, but also some key actions that he believes as DG he should be driving going forward. As a key stakeholder and partner of NDPC, it would be great to hear your reflections of today's discussions and also maybe share your reflections on how institutions such as ours can really work hand in hand with Dr. Abrampa to realize that vision that he has just set up on a way forward.
Thank you, Mavis. I think Dr. Abrampa has made a number of very interesting observations. But three takeaways that I have. One is that it doesn't really matter whether you have a Ministry of Finance which is separate from the Planning Commission, because there are several examples of where they are together, they work well. They are together, they don't work well. They are separate, they don't work well. They are separate, they work well. What is key, at least from this conversation this afternoon, is that there is the need for a mechanism that ensures that the functions and responsibility of all these key actors are clearly defined and the boundaries are well understood. And more importantly, and that's why the legislative instrument is very, very important, to define what is the role of NDPC within the public finance and expenditure and planning framework. What are some of the boundaries or the responsibilities that it needs to embark on in order to ensure that it has the convening power and the thought leadership that is key as an institution that is at the apex of development planning. And I think the examples in many places show that very well. And I remember very well in the early days of ACET, we were called by the government of Liberia. Then the president was Sally Johnson. And she said, you know, we have two ministries, finance and development planning. They're not talking to each other.
I want them together. So over 3 years, we worked with them to reimagine finance and development planning, but going beyond just bringing them together, but defining the business processes that is required to ensure that both parties are speaking to each other and ensuring that the financial management process is well informed by the planning, the capital budgets, and so on. Similarly, in Sierra Leone, they had merged the ministries, but then the finance section has completely taken over the responsibility of planning. And here they wanted us to help them think through that process. And we started the same dynamics. But it's important that it is not just defining the role, but you need a business process set up, which is written down, which defines the boundaries. For example, we're talking about executive authority to sanction the capital budget. Whether it's in the manifesto or it's in the medium-term plan, NDPC needs that responsibility to be able to do that. So I think that is not number one thing. Now, the second issue in terms of the political dynamics, which I think we've observed also, is that to what extent is the top leadership, the president, driving the development agenda? And there were some conversations here today that NDPC should be totally independent and the president shouldn't be part of it. At the same time, if the party in government does not see the NDPC as providing the kind of support they need, they will do different things. So it is important, again, I don't have the answer, but I think there are examples that can be drawn upon. So it's important to ensure that the political role, and that's what the Suman Berry was mentioning, that the political role is very important, but it must be underpinned by the technical competency of an institution. So I think that is very, very important. So I'll stop here and just...
what will partners do?
Okay, yeah. You see, again, one of the things that, at least in India, we realize is that when Sumumbari was talking, he was mentioning the fact that they deal with think tanks, institutions, research institutions, universities, and so on. To rely on them to be able to curate knowledge, provide sound analytical frameworks, conceptual analysis, and so on of the issues that the country is dealing with. And I think in Ghana, the NDPC should because it cannot have all the full complements of capacity. It has to be able to draw on the technical competencies of institutions like ACET, ISA, and the other ones that are providing and analyzing on a regular basis some of these challenges and doing some sensitivity analysis, which you may not be able to do. But they should be part of your, how would I call it, the planning ecosystem to ensure that at least, public finance management and planning are anchored in sound analytical work.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Dr. Muya, you've heard today some of the challenges that we are navigating as a country in this space. And you've shared the experience of Kenya. Having heard everything today, what are some key reflections and advice you will give us from your experience to date as we initiate this new journey?
Thank you, Mavis. First of all, I want to appreciate some affirmation that has come through all the day. That national development planning, including subnational development planning, because in your case you have districts, is very, very important. So for me, that is something that I would like to pack and say there is an agreement. The second one that I've had coming through, and from the discussions, is the question about then, after the plan is done, how then do you ensure that it is mainstreamed into the projects that are being implemented through fairly well articulated and integrated resourcing mechanism with the Ministry of Finance, or for that matter, the institutions that are in charge of the financing in that country. And for me, I agree, and I'm happy that that is something that we have spent quite good time. But then the question is, how then do we ensure that in the current situation in Ghana, that is achieved as quickly as possible? Of course, there's the discussion at the high level in terms of constitutional change or constitutional amendments, so that the mandate, the placement of the NDPC is properly articulated so that that can happen. But then I want also to say I've also heard about the legislative and operational changes that one can think about. Is there a way in which, even in the current environment, we can look at the value chain, the processes that entail translating the policies into plans, into budgeting? Is there a way then we can have either new laws, some regulations, or whatever other changes that can be done at parliamentary level or even at a lower level, so that we can make that effective? Now, I think one of the big points that has also come out is the benefit of South-South cooperation. And our case in Kenya, we don't have a National Development Planning Commission. Our planning is done within the ministry. So I think there is scope to just compare with more examples of countries which have the model of Kenya. And then there are now other countries in the south which have got the model that is here in Ghana. There's scope actually to compare with them, so that one can actually find out what is this that can be improved within the architecture of what we are doing in Ghana as soon as possible. And I want to thank ACET because ACET being there as an institution of professionals, that can be used to backstop and make sure that what we are doing within the environment and the architecture of Ghana, knowing how the country operates, the nuances which are here, is done properly. But my parting word is it is also important to have everybody with us, or as many people with us as possible. How that is achieved, it is something that we need to think about very seriously. But I want just to give one little comment. In Kenya, when we did a research on which is the most believable constituency in the country, what was shocking is that the media was the most believed. So a proper communication strategy of what we are doing would be very important, so that the media goes with us and makes it easier for us to do the things that we want to do. I want to say thank you.
Asante Nisana, Dr. Muya. Okay, so can we just give the three gentlemen a big round of applause, please? We are finished. I'm the lady. It's okay. So, Ben, did you hear what Dr. Muya said, General? Yes. So, the power of the media, we are handing it back to you, to the people.
I would say that we are not used enough in the developmental space in terms of, so Dr. Abrampa, Professor Jambafo, and all of you, you should keep us much closer so that we can all push this agenda, because Ghana we don't take pleasure in going after any administration here or there. Once things are going well, we'll all celebrate the good things that are happening. Well, whatever has a beginning has an end, and it's been quite I know a lot of us are drained, tired, but it's been a fruitful day, hasn't it? Very insightful. Each time I attend, moderate, MC such events, I always go away having learned a whole lot. There I learned from India, Kenya, and who knows where else, from our own stock and some brilliant ideas we have shared. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity, but before we wrap, ACET and the NDPC have made this possible. We're going to take concluding remarks from the heads of both institutions, so to speak. Dr. Amoako, Dr. K.Y. Amoako, founder and president of ACET, and of course, Professor Jambafo, chairman of the NDPC. Gentlemen, if you may, we're going to take these closing remarks, and that is how we'll wrap today's session. Please. Professor Jambafu. I was hoping, Dr. Amoako, that we could both be here so that right after he's done, then you can take over from there.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Moderator. Dr. K.Y. and the ACET, thank you so very much for having put together jointly, in a way, this meeting. We thank you, Dr. Julius Mia, coming all the way from Kenya into this our sauna that you have met here. Because Kenya is usually cooler than here, and it's been very hot for him since he came. But I hope tonight it will be cool, so no problem. We also are very grateful to Mr. Suman Berry, all the way from India. I can imagine that he was not feeling well, but he accepted our invitation and spent so much with us. Let me also say thank you to the presenters, with the effective way of presenting the issues, and the rapporteurs for actually also summarizing what went around, and we are grateful to you. And of course, I say thank you to the moderator, but I'm also saying thank you. They call the moderator himself as what? General Moderator. I thank you so much, and we thank the non-general moderators as well, and all of you who attended this meeting. In fact, we have learned a lot from this workshop, and indeed, we are more wiser than before we came in. Heard from India, learned from India, we learned from Kenya, and we learned from our participants. A lot of ideas, important ideas by our own Ghanaians. And it is clear that the independence of the NDPC is very critical if we can do or carry on the mandate that we have been asked to do successfully in terms of planning. But that independence can only happen if there is a constitutional review, because otherwise we'll still be within government. But before that is done, there are a lot of suggestions that we heard today as to what to do in the interim. And as the chairman, we have taken notes, and we will try our best to do the best that we can to ensure that we deliver what the public and what stakeholders expect of us. So we will do that. It may not be easy, but I hope we will be able to walk through it. I heard some people saying, yes, Kenya, and I repeat it, Kenya has always been talking about a long-term vision. India is also talking about something similar. And I can assure you that the next time that we meet here, we will have a long-term vision for Ghana 2057. In fact, we've started to craft it, and we will do that. The only difference that maybe you will see that between that and then the long-term plan, 40-year plan, is that that document will not be prescriptive. It will be suggestive. It will be an indicative document that any political party that comes into power can actually see itself in that document and derive its manifesto from the document. And I can assure you that the reason why parties come in and they are unable to, to buy into some of these documents that we have from our commission is because if you decide to give them very specific ways of doing things, they will not take it. And I don't blame them, because they have gone to the public to tell them specific things that they will do in order to get the power. But if you tell them, and somebody asks about the three SHS, I think there's the general moderator who asks that question, what's going to happen to it? Look, if you tell any Ghanaian that the vision of this country in education is to ensure that every Ghanaian child have access to secondary school, nobody will say no. Nobody will say no. But if you decide to say that this is the way that I want to do it and nothing else, some people will say, no, we want it the other way. So, and indeed, when you look at a vision, that is what the vision does. It tells you where you want to be. And it allows anybody to find a way out of getting there. Once you do that, you know, we were looking at the plans and things from independence up to this time. And when you look at those things and you look at the vision statements that they put up, there is no difference. Ghanaians are Ghanaians and they will always be Ghanaians. They have a goal, but then what the parties don't want is to restrict them as to how to get to the goal. That's all. So we will not restrict them, but we will give them a direction that when they are doing their manifestos, they can come to us and look for it, and then go down there and do what is it that they will do to get there. My party says free SHS at once. The other party says that gradually. There's no difference between the goals, but how to do it is what is the problem. So for us, we are going to do that with your support and experiences that we learned from Kenya, and then you try and give a document to the country. And again, let me thank you all for coming, and may God bless us all.
Professor has said it all, so I guess I can go and sit down. But a couple of points, really, just to reinforce. But before I go there, let me thank everybody. Let me start with thanking all of you. This has been a wonderful day. The insights, the passion, the ideas. You couldn't have that. The fact that we all stayed, most of you, this long, indicates how much you feel, the passion that we bring to this conversation. So I want to thank all of you. The moderators, participants, the general moderator. I thank you for keeping to the time. We are only late by half an hour. So it's been wonderful, really. And our two special guests, my good old friends. Thanks for coming, Julius, and you also Suman. He's also an old friend that I started with the World Bank. And you both responded when we called upon you. And your experience in Kenya, we've articulated it. We met with the NDPC staff yesterday. We had dinner at home yesterday, and a lot of ideas came out. And you've expressed, so thank you. You couldn't have asked for anything better than that, Julius. Very insightful discussions. But let me say one thing. When we talk about why we are here, it's about the compact. It's not just about assets. Please. It's about the compact for the Ghana we want. And you all know how the road we've traveled from the very beginning, the other work we've done on fiscal responsibility, on the private sector, on gender. It's not been done in isolation. This is part of a larger agenda for Africa, or for Ghana, of course. But the point is, the planning and the role of the NDPC is quite central. And I really want to thank you and the DG and your staff for the cooperation. And I tell people that, we met, you and I, and you brought some of your staff together just before Christmas. And I came there and we had an interesting discussion. And at the end of the discussion, the sense was, yay, let's go together. And on January 4th, you called me, January 10th, can you come and meet with me? January 4th, a lot of people were on holiday. I went there, and he had about 12 of his staff. He had interrupted their leave. This was clear. We come and we had a 3-hour conversation. So that's the commitment and the leadership that I want to thank you for. So that's what's brought us here. So we're traveling this road together on the compact road. But let me tell you in terms of the way I see some of the conversations that have come out here. I'm putting the larger context of the compact. And some of the things we've done, and some of the things that are coming, and how the planning issue can fit into that. So, one key conclusion is that we need a long-term vision. Let's focus on the long-term vision. And I'm very glad that you agreed and you've already started working, as the chairman said, on the long-term vision that we can go on. It's important. What we are doing about the compact process is within all these analysis in collaboration with policy institutes. So what's coming out of the work on fiscal, what's coming out of the work on the private sector, what's coming out of the work on gender, and all those issues are critical to government efficiency. And we said, and we made it very clear that these consultations here, we're going to bundle them together for stakeholder consultation, going to the districts, going to the regions, working with civil society. Let's take gender. And when we had that technical conversation on gender, I almost cried. We are so behind in gender equality. And unless we go out, make it a priority, and ask the questions. How can we get more gender representation and get the women and the people out there to speak to it? So that when you go into your vision, it's reinforced. So I hope, and you and I have been talking, that we use the next compact process to help refresh the vision. So that what will come out of all this is a new vision that you want to do. So just complementarities. What we've done, where we are, and where we're going. So that we see a unified vision. I just want to reinforce that in terms of the next steps. Now, constitutional reforms. You heard me said in my opening statement that, and you all know that at the very beginning we made the 3 binding constraints to the constitution, planning, and fiscal. We've done the fiscal, we are doing planning now. And over the last several months, we've been talking about the Constitution. And only yesterday, we brought about 20 so constitutional experts with the means of parliamentary affairs to lay a roadmap and a process for constitutional reforms. Because without that, many of the things we want to do, including the planning process, we can't do it. there's a synergy and a link. Next week, we're going to bring elders, including former President Kufuor, former President Mahama, and a lot of other elders together. Talk about institutional reform. So if we do that, and some of the issues are coming, you can take the Kenya example of bringing long-term vision into development plans, right? They go with a 5-year plan, which aligns to the cycle. We have a 4-year presidential election. President Kufuor, for example, says we should move it to 5 years. If that were to happen, perhaps to help this process. But are we willing to take that step? That's some of the conversations we're going to have on the constitutional reform. So whatever happens on the constitutional reform can have an impact on what we do. And there's more. The Council of State. Uncle Sam is here. We've worked with them. We've been there 5 times. President Kufuor has some ideas. Made the Council of State a second chamber. And when I met him again last week, we had a long discussion on this issue. If something were that to happen, it checks executive power. It brings and then create a lot of processes. Are we willing to do it? I don't know that answer. But what I'm saying that whatever we do on constitution, the big and the small, will have an impact on the role of the NDPC, in addition to some of the specific things on planning that may require some of the entrenched conditions, clauses in the Constitution. So all these things will have an impact. So the compact is looking more broadly at some of these areas will help make planning on the process more efficient. So in the next few weeks or months, some of the work we'll be doing hopefully will help. And then the other thing we will be doing, because on the Constitution and the planning process and the vision and how it ties to the manifestos, there comes in the political parties. And we are going to have what I call inter-party dialogues. So hopefully sometimes in March, we're going to bring the general secretaries and the chairman or whatever of the parties together for a real discussion about all this compass stuff and what we do and what it means for them, what it means for the country, and to explain to them that when it comes to the planning and the vision, that's where the manifestos and the link to whatever we do with it, and get their buy-in. And if we can do that before the next election, we have to really make sure it works more so that the acceptability. And so, but we still have the details to work on. And as a result of this conversation today, I think we can flesh out some of this and put it before the political parties and get their buy-in now. Get their buy-in now before the debate of the election starts and before the election, so that we know the roadmap that we want to do. So those are some of the issues I wanted to put on the table. Issue of South-South cooperation, learning from countries like Kenya and others, something we need to pursue. And then there was one question I want to end up and tie to the in terms of the stakeholders and how you're doing the policy. What I'm most proud of about this compact process, the way we work with all these other policies. It's a model. When you talk about the one on fiscal, you brought the other, IFS, and the other one. When you're talking about the work on constitution, working with CDD and ACET. If you're talking about health, we're working with Imani. If you're working on agenda, we're working with Net Right. And they all enthusiastically have come together to produce this first platform. So we have the talent. We have the talent. So my sense is that we go forward. Let's build upon this model so you can draw upon the talent, upon the skills of the institutions we have. And if you do that, we will get the Ghana we want for 2050. Thank you very much. I talked too long, I'm being told. So, Mr. General Moderator, thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. K.Y. Amoako. Thank you, Professor Jambako. I have with me a phone. When we left for lunch, one of you left your phone behind. I will leave it with the ACET team, but if you can come to me, if you're here, you can just come for identification and collection. Of course, you have to open the phone, so I can tell that it's actually yours. So that is that for the phone. It has been really refreshing being here. This is one of the areas I'm very passionate about, and I like the tag we gave it, the future we want. So what future do we want, and how do we get there? My final comments, in our various organizations and spheres of work, I am hoping that as we leave, we'll be apostles of positive change, because the change starts from our own little corners. Me as a media person, as one in the legal sphere, you as development people, and all of that, in our own little spheres. Let's make it happen for God and country. Thank you so much. This event has come to an end, and I wish you the best of the day. Please, oh, don't go. Dr. Amoako.
Zumunci ya fi komai, kowane kabila ka fito, za a yi da kai, banda bambanci. Mu daina zalunci. Ubangijin Allah wai ma, zumunci ya fi komai. Annan Muhammad wai ma, zumunci ya fi komai. Iyayenmu wai ma, zumunci ya fi